A Modest Liking for Liverpool by W. D. Howells. Travel Collection Number 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Modest Liking for Liverpool. Why should the proud stomach of an American travel, much tossed in the transatlantic voyage, so instantly have itself carried from Liverpool to any point where trains will convey it? Liverpool is most worthy to be seen and known, and no one who looks up from the bacon and eggs of his first hotel breakfast after landing, and finds himself confronted by the coal-smoked Greek architecture of St. George's Hall, can deny that it is a singularly noble presence. The city has moments of failing in the promise of this classic edifice, but every now and then it reverts to it, and reminds the traveler that he is in a great modern metropolis of commerce by many other noble edifices. 1. Liverpool does not remind him of this so much as the good and true Baedeker professes. In the dockside run on the overhead railway, as the place unambitiously calls its elevated road, but then, as I noted in my account of Southampton, docks have a fancy of taking themselves in, or eluding the tourist eye, and even when they flank the Mersey for a distance of 6 to 7 miles, they do not respond to American curiosity so frankly as could be wished. They are like other English things in that, however, and it must be said for them that when apparent they are sometimes unimpressive. From my own notebook, indeed, I find that I pretended to think them wonderful and almost endless, and so I dare say they are, but they formed only a very perfunctory interest of our day at Liverpool, where we had come to meet, not to take, a steamer. Our run from London, in the heart of June, was very quick and pleasant, through a neat country and many tidy towns. In the meadows the elms seemed to droop like our own, rather than to hold themselves oakenly upright like the English. The cattle stood about in the yellow buttercups, knee-deep, white American daisies and red clover, and among the sheep we had our choice of shorn and unshorn. They were equally abundant. Some of the blossomy May was left yet on the hawthorns, and over all the sky hovered with pale white clouds and pale blue spaces of air like an averted lake of Bonnyclabber. We stopped the night at Chester, and the next evening, in the full daylight of 7:40, we pushed on to Liverpool, over lovely levels, with a ground swell like that of Kansas plains, under a sunset drying its tears and at last radiantly smiling. 2. The hotel in Liverpool swarmed and buzzed with busy and murmurous American arrivals. One could hardly get at the office window, on account of them, to plead for a room. A dense group of our countrywomen were buying picture postals of the rather suave office ladies, and helplessly fawning on them in the inept confidences of American women with all persons in official or servile attendance. "Let me stay here," one of them entreated, "because there's such a draught at the other window. May I?" She was a gentle child of 45 or 50, and I do not know whether she was allowed to stay in the sheltered nook or not. Tender creature! As she was in every one else's way there, possibly she was harshly driven into the flaw at the other window. The place was a little America, which swelled into a larger with the arrivals of the successive steamers, though the soft, swift English trains bore our co-nationals away as rapidly as they could. Many familiar accents remained till the morning, and the breakfast-room was full of a nasal resonance which would have made one at home anywhere in our East or West. I, who was then vainly trying to be English, escaped to the congenial top of the farthest bound tram, and flew at the rate of 4 miles an hour to the uttermost suburbs of Liverpool, whither no rumour of my native speech could penetrate. It was some balm to my wounded pride of country to note how pale and small the average type of the local people was. The poorer classes swarmed along a great part of the tram line in side streets of a hard, stony look, and what characterized itself to me as a sort of iron squalor seemed to prevail. You cannot anywhere have great prosperity without great adversity, just as you cannot have day without night, and the more Liverpool evidently flourished, the more it plainly languished. I found no pleasure in the paradox, and I was not overjoyed by the inevitable ugliness of the brick villas of the suburbs into which these obdurate streets decayed. But then, over divers tram changes, came the consolation of beautiful riverside beaches, thronged with people who looked gay at that distance, and beyond the Mersey rose the Welsh hills, blue, blue. 3. At the end of the tram line, where we necessarily dismounted, we rejected a thatched cottage offering us tea, because we thought it looked too thatched and too cottage to be quite true, though I do not now say that there were vermin in the straw roof, and accepted the hospitality of a pastry-cook shop. We felt the more at home with the kind woman who kept it because she had a brother at Chicago and the employee of the Pinkerton Detective Agency, and had once been in Stratford-on-Avon. This doubly satisfied us as cultivated Americans. She had a Welsh name, and she testified to a great prevalence of Welsh and Irish in the population of Liverpool. Besides, she sent us to a church of the Crusaders at Little Crosby, and it was no fault of hers that we did not find it. We found one of the many old crosses for which Little Crosby is named, and this was quite as much as we merited. It stood at the intersection of the streets in what seemed the fragment of a village, not quite lost in the vast maw of the city, and it calmed all the simple neighborhood, so that we sat down at its foot and rested a long, long minute, till the tram came back and took us back into the loud, hard heart of Liverpool. I do not mean to blame it, for it was no louder or harder than the hearts of other big towns, and it had some alleviation from the many young couples who were out together half holidaying in the unusually pleasant Saturday weather. I wish their complexions had been better, but you cannot have south of England color if you live as far north as Liverpool, and all the world knows what the American color is. The young couples abounded in the Gallery of Fine Arts, where they frankly looked at one another instead of the pictures. The pictures might have been better, but then they might have been worse, there being examples of Filippi Lippi, Memmi, Holbein, and above all the Dante's Dream of Rossetti. And in any case those couples could come and see them when they were old men and women, but now they had one another in a moment of half-holiday which could not last forever. In the evening there were not so many lovers at the religious meetings before the classic edifice opposite the hotel, where the devotions were transacted with the help of a brass band, but there were many youths smoking short pipes and flitting from one preacher to another in the half-dozen groups. Some preachers were nonconformists, but there was one perspiring Anglican priest who labored earnestly with his hearers, and who had more of his aspirates in the right place. Many of his hearers were in the rags which seemed a favorite wear in Liverpool, and I hope his words did their poor hearts good. Slightly apart from the several congregations, I found myself with a fellow foreigner of seafaring complexion who addressed me in an accent so unlike my own American that I ventured to answer him in Italian. He was indeed a Genoese, who had spent much time in Buenos Aires and was presently thinking of New York, and we had some friendly discourse together concerning the English. His ideas of them were often so parallel with mine that I hardly know how to say he thought them an improvident people. I own that they spent much more on state or station than the Americans, but we neither had any censure for them otherwise. He was of the philosophic mind which one is rather apt to encounter in the Latin races, and I could well wish for his further acquaintance. His talk rapt me to far other and earlier scenes, and I seemed to be conversing with him under a Venetian heaven, among objects of art more convincing than the equestrian statue of the late Queen, who had no special motive I could think of for being shown to her rightly loving subjects on horseback. We parted with the expressed hope of seeing each other again, and if this should meet his eye, and he can recall the pale young man with the dark full beard, who chatted with him between the pillars of the Piazzetta 40 years before our actual encounter, I would be glad of his address. 4. How strange are the uses of travel! There was a time when the mention of Liverpool would have conjured up for me nothing but the thought of Hawthorne, who spent divers dull counsellor years there, and has left a record of them, which I had read, with the wish that it were cheerfuller. Yet now, here on the grounds his feet might have trod, and in the very smoke he breathed, I did not once think of him. I thought as little of that poor Felicia Hemans, whose poetry filled my school-reading years with the roar of the wintry sea breaking from the waveless Plymouth Bay on the stern and rock-bound coast, where the Pilgrim Fathers landed on a boulder measuring 8 by 10 feet, now fenced in against the predatory hammers and chisels of reverent visitors. I knew that Gladstone was born at Liverpool, but not Mrs. Oliphant, and the only literary shade I could summon from a past vague enough to my ignorance was William Roscoe, whose life of Leo X in the Bone Library had been too much for my young zeal when my zeal was still young. My other memories of Liverpool have been acquired since my visit, and I now recur fondly to the picturesque times when King John founded a castle there, to the prouder times when Sir Francis Bacon presented it in Parliament, or again to the brave days when it resisted Prince Rupert for 3 weeks, and the inglorious epoch when the new city, it was then only some 400 or 500 years old, began to flourish on the trade in slaves with the colonies of the Spanish Main, and on the conjoint and congenial traffic in rum, sugar, and tobacco. Will be suspected from these reminiscences that I have been studying a page of fine print in Baedeker, and I will not deceive the reader. It is true, but it is also true that I had some wonder, altogether of my own, that so great a city should make so small an appeal to the imagination. In this it outdoes almost any metropolis of our own. Even in journalism, an intensely modern product, it does not excel. Manchester has its able and well-written Guardian, but what has Liverpool? Glasgow has its Glasgow School of Painting, but again what has Liverpool? It is said that not above 1 million of its people live in it, all the rest who can escape to Chester, where they perhaps vainly hope to escape the Americans. There, entrenched in charming villas behind myrtle hedges, they measurably do so. But Americans are very penetrating, and I would not be sure that the thickest and highest hedge was invulnerable to them. As it is, they probably constitute the best society of Liverpool, which the natives have abandoned to them, though they do not constitute it permanently, but consecutively. Every Cunarder, every White Star, pours out upon a city abandoned by its own good society a flood of cultivated Americans, who eddy into its hotels and then rush out of them by every train within 24 hours, and often within 25 minutes. They understand that there are no objects of interest in Liverpool, and they are not met at the customs with invitations to breakfast, luncheon, and dinner from the people of rank and fashion with whom they have come to associate. These have their stately seats in the lovely neighboring country, but they are not at the landing stage, and even the uncultivated American cannot stay for the vast bourgeoisie of which Liverpool, like the cities of his land, is composed. Our own cities have a social consciousness, and are each sensible of being a centre with a metropolitan destiny. But the strange thing about Liverpool and the like English towns is that they are without any social consciousness. Their meek millions are socially unborn. They can come into the world only in London, and in their prenatal obscurity they remain folded in a dreamless silence, while all the commercial and industrial energies rage round them in a gigantic maturity. 5. The time was when Liverpool was practically the sole point of entry for our human cargoes, indentured apprentices of the beautiful, the historical. With the almost immediate transference of the original transatlantic steamship interests from Bristol, Liverpool became the only place where you could arrive. American lines, long erased from the seas, and the Inman line, the Cunard line, the White Star line, and the rest would land you nowhere else. Then heretical steamers began to land you at Glasgow. Worse schismatics carried you to Southampton. There were heterodox craft that touched at Plymouth. And now great swelling agnostics bring you to London itself. Still, Liverpool remains the greatest port of entry for our probationers, who are bound out to the hotels and railroad companies of all Europe till they have morally paid back their fare. The superstition that if you go in a Cunarder you can sleep on both ears is no longer so exclusive as it once was. Yet the Cunarder continues an ark of safety for the timid and despairing, and the cooking is so much better than it used to be that, if in contravention of the old Cunard rule against a passenger's being carried overboard you do go down, you may be reasonably sure of having eaten something that the wallowing sea monsters will liken you. I have tried to give some notion of the fond behavior of the arriving Americans in the hotels. No art can give the impression of their exceeding multitude. Expresses, panting with as much impatience as the disciplined English expresses ever suffer themselves to show, await them in the stations, which are effectively parts of the great hotels, and whir away to London with them as soon as they can drive up from the steamer. But many remain to rest, to get the sea out of their heads and legs, and to prepare their spirits for adjustment to the novel conditions. These the successive trains carry into the heart of the land everywhere, these and their baggage, to which they continue attached by their very heartstrings, invisibly stretching from their first-class corridor compartments to the different luggage vans. I must say they have very tenderly, very perfectly imagined us, all those hotel people and railroad folk, enfold us, anxious and bewildered exiles, in a reassuring and consoling embrace which leaves all their hands. They are Briarian, free for the acceptance of our wide, wild tips. You may trust yourself implicitly to their care, but if you are going to Oxford, do not trust the head porter who tells you to take the London and North Western, for then you will have to change 4 times on the way, and at every junction personally see that your baggage is unladen and started anew to its destination. End of a modest liking for Liverpool.
Naples and Mount Vesuvius by Frank G. Carpenter. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Naples and Mount Vesuvius. The Italians have a saying, "See Naples and die," for they say you will then have seen the most beautiful city of the world. And indeed it is beautiful. The sky is almost always bright, and it is nowhere brighter than at Naples. The Mediterranean is almost always blue, and at the Bay of Naples its color is glorious. The city, as it rises about the bay, tier above tier, seems a city of palaces. There are hazy blue mountains behind it, and south of it is the great brown volcano Vesuvius, with its steaming cones standing out against the blue sky. But let us see how it looks in the city itself. We leave our hotel and climb up through the streets. Many of them are steep, and we are always going up or down hill. The high buildings are close to the sidewalks, and the streets are so narrow that in places the walls shut out the sun. They are not over clean, and in some streets the smells are offensive. The people live in flats or apartments, and in the poorer quarters of the city whole families dwell in one room. What curious things the people do on the streets! We see men and women sitting down on the pavements making their toilets. There is a woman combing her hair, and here is one washing her baby. There is a cobbler at his bench soling a pair of old shoes, and beside him a tailor is working away. What a lot of children there are everywhere! There are two babies sprawling on the edge of the gutter. Here comes a boy of 8 driving a donkey, and there is another with a can in his hand pulling along 2 milk goats from door to door. He is one of the little milkmen of the city, and is probably helping his father, whom we see with those goats farther on. There are donkeys carrying all sorts of things. Here comes one loaded with fruit, and behind are 2 others ridden by boys. The donkeys are not bigger than Newfoundland dogs, and their ears are almost as long as their legs. Many of the Neapolitan boys have their own donkeys, as our boys sometimes have ponies. Do you like roasted chestnuts? There are men selling them here on almost every block. They have little furnaces and basins of charcoal on which they roast chestnuts out in the streets. We pass fruit stands every now and then and buy delicious pears for 10 cents a dozen, and oranges too for a cent. See the crowd of men and women about that cook stand? They are buying roast sausages and stewed macaroni. Italy is famous for its macaroni, and quantities of it are exported to our country every year. See, there is a man eating some now. He twists his fork around and around in the dish and takes a great mass of it at one gulp. He does not cut it, but sucks in the long strings until the whole has gone down his throat. Suppose we visit one of the factories and learn how macaroni is made. Such factories are to be seen in all parts of Italy, for macaroni forms a large part of the food of the people. It is made in different sizes and shapes, sometimes in long strings, sometimes in pipes as big around as your finger, and sometimes in sticks about as thick as a knitting needle. The finer kinds are called vermicelli and spaghetti. We see the tubes of white dough drying on the racks in front of the factory, and when we go in find a score of men and boys hard at work. Each boy is so covered with flour that his dark rosy face looks almost ghastly in contrast with his sparkling black eyes. He is in his bare feet and his sleeves are rolled up to his shoulders. The men are mixing the flour into dough and kneading it with great bars so fastened to hinges that they can press the dough down on the table. After it is thoroughly kneaded, they carry it to a cylinder in which there are many small holes, so arranged that it can be pressed through them. It comes out in long pipes or sticks, which the boys carry to the racks in the sun, or to the hot drying rooms which some factories have for the purpose. Let us stroll on down to the bay. It is filled with shipping, for Naples is the chief port of the Italian peninsula, and its harbor is one of the finest of Europe. The city is as big as St. Louis and has a vast trade with all parts of the Mediterranean, with northern Europe, and with North and South America. It also does a great business in fish and in coral and sponges. It has many fishing vessels, and its people go fishing not only in the Mediterranean but out to the Atlantic and elsewhere. But the most interesting thing about Naples is not in the city itself. It is the great volcano outside, only a short drive away. Vesuvius is the only active volcano on the continent of Europe, and it is one of the most interesting volcanoes of the whole world. It is early morning when we start out to explore it. The first part of our journey is in a carriage driven by a Neapolitan coachman, who cracks his whip every minute and keeps his team on the gallop. We rattle out of the city over pavements of lava, now almost running over a baby, and now making the dogs howl as with drooping tails they leap out of our way. We go through small villages of lava-built houses, by vineyards and gardens walled with lava, and then up through foothills of volcanic sand until we enter a region which is all bare brown lava. There is lava everywhere and in all sorts of shapes. We pass through seas and rivers of lava which once flowed like fire, but which now are cold and dead, and as we look up, see a column of steam hanging like a gigantic umbrella over a brown lava mountain, the volcano of Vesuvius. The mountain is perfectly bare. There is not a bit of grass to be seen anywhere. It is all lava, ashes, and volcanic sand. The road going up winds in and out until it at last becomes so steep that we must leave the carriages and mount donkeys. When about 2,000 feet above the sea, we reach the observatory where instruments are kept to register the movements of the mighty volcano. How the earth rumbles! It was shaking as we rode up on our donkeys, and here by the instruments we can see just what motion is going on away down in the heart of the mountain. The director of the observatory informs us that Vesuvius is always more or less active, but that there is no present danger. He describes the first recorded eruption, telling us how a little more than 1,800 years ago the volcano was covered with farms, the slopes being cultivated almost to the top. Then there were vineyards all over the land where the lava and ashes now are, and hot springs on the edge of the mountains, where the rich Romans came for their health and for sport. There were beautiful towns on the plains near by, and, among others, the two fashionable resorts of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Pompeii contained about 25,000 people. It was a rich residence city, and its inhabitants had beautiful homes, temples, and theaters. The rich were living in fine style, giving parties and dinners, and driving about in their chariots with gay prancing horses. The poor were at work at their trades, the merchants were selling goods in the stores, the children were going to school, and all sorts of business were being carried on, when one day, without warning, the great mountain burst forth, sending vast volumes of steam, ashes, burning rocks, and mud high into the air. There were so many ashes that they darkened the sun and turned the day into night. Even in Rome, hundreds of miles to the northward, the sun was hidden. The people thought that the end of the world had come, and that an age when it would be always night had set in. At the same time it rained mud, and rivers of boiling hot mud flowed out of the crater down over the plain. The horses, sheep, and cattle which were pasturing there were drowned. The fields, the vineyards, and gardens were covered, and in the towns even the tallest buildings were soon buried. They all disappeared, and the region became a great plain of ashes and mud. As time went on, new towns grew up on the plains, and crops of all kinds were raised there. The buried cities were blotted out of the memory of man, as the volcano had blotted them from the face of the earth. So it remained until a little more than 150 years ago, when a peasant who was digging a well struck his spade against a statue. He dug it out, and soon it was found that there was a city down there, buried under the earth. The government of Italy took possession of the place, and for years it has had men at work unearthing the city. The scholars began to investigate the history of the region, and it was found that the site of the lost city of Pompeii had been discovered. The great eruption occurred in the latter part of the first century of our era, and for a long time thereafter the volcano lay quiet. During the 18th century there was another terrible eruption, and in 1822 the whole top of the mountain burst off and formed a great chasm 3 miles in circumference and about half a mile deep. Since then other eruptions have caused streams of lava to flow out of the crater, until now Vesuvius seems to be only a vast mass of lava, rock, sand, and ashes. Leaving the observatory, we again mount our donkeys and make our way up the mountain. At last we reach the station from where we are to ride up to the crater by rail. The railroad is a little like the one up Pikes Peak, but more like one of our cable car lines. The track has 3 rails, one in the center which supports the weight of the car, and others at each side for the guiding wheels, which keep the car from jumping the track. The cable attached to the car runs around a wheel at the top of the mountain, and is moved by an engine at the station below. The sides of the car are open, and we get a magnificent view of the Mediterranean as we rise through the volcanic sand up the steep mountain. We go rapidly upward, and at last we stop near the crater, over 4,000 feet above the sea. Here we hire other guides and pick our way over the thin coating of lava to the mouth of the volcano. The air is hot and full of sulphur fumes. We cough and hold our handkerchiefs to our faces in a vain effort to keep out the fumes. The wind is blowing the steam away from the crater, and we walk carefully over the crust and look down into a vast pit walled with yellow sulphur, in the bottom of which a lake of fire is seething, sending up steam, ashes, brimstone, and rocks. Now it seems to be quiet, and now it bursts forth, throwing stones high up into the air. They fall back, and we can hear them splash away down in the crater. But now the wind changes. It is rising into a gale, and the stones are falling almost at our feet. Our guides drag us back and hurry us away, for fear we may all be killed by the burning hot stones. This is only a gentle eruption. When the great outbursts occur, the noise is like that of a battle, and rocks weighing many tons are shot upwards for hundreds of feet. About 50 years ago, 20 sightseers were killed where we now stand by a sudden eruption of lava, pieces of rock being thrown a mile high. At such times the steam rises to a height of more than 2 miles, and the whole mountain is covered by an umbrella of ashes and vapor more than 5 miles in height. How warm the earth is! We dare not stand still. We seem to be walking upon a hot stove. We smell our shoes burning. We bend down and touch the lava with our fingers, but draw them away quickly, smarting with the heat. One of the guides asks us to look at the cracks in the earth, and we see golden streams of molten lava flowing through them under our feet. He thrusts an iron rod into one of the cracks and brings out a lump of the red-hot metal. He asks us for a penny, and he presses it into the mass with a stick. He then drops the lava off the rod into a bucket of water which a boy has brought up. The water hisses and steams, but the lava soon cools and the guide takes it out. Our penny is now embedded in the lava like a raisin in a bun, and we take it home as a relic. But see, the boy is pulling some eggs out of his pocket. He points to the water and offers to cook them for us. He rests the bucket over a wide crack where the molten lava is not far from the surface. The intense heat soon boils the water, and the eggs are cooked hard. We carry them back with us down the mountain and eat them with our lunch at the railroad station below, priding ourselves that we are among the few Americans who have eaten eggs cooked on volcanoes. We then ride back to the carriages and drive over the plain to the site of the once buried city of Pompeii. There is a great wall about it made of the ashes and stones which have been already dug out, and we find many boys and men digging and carrying the stuff out in baskets on their backs and their heads. A large part of Pompeii is already uncovered, and we walk through streets walled with the curious buildings which were blotted out by Vesuvius 1800 years ago. The earth and ashes have so preserved the buildings that they look today almost as they did at the time of the eruption. The roadways are paved with stone, and in some of them we can see the ruts made by the wheels of the chariots. We walk through the amphitheater where the people had their shows, and sit down on the marble seats of the bathhouses where the boys of Pompeii sat when they had finished their baths centuries ago. We wander about through the houses, peopling them with their old Roman owners. Many buildings are of brick and many of stone. They are nearly all of 1 or 2 stories, and some are very large. They had wooden roofs which were burned off by the ashes. Many of the houses have walls covered with paintings, and in some beautiful statues in bronze and marble were found. Some had fine paintings and all sorts of beautiful things in metals and carvings. The floors of many were formed of different colored stones, fitted together in mosaic pictures, and the Latin word salve, or welcome, was carved over their doors, while in one entrance floor there was a mosaic picture of a fierce dog gnashing his teeth and tugging at a rope as though he wished to get at you, while at his feet were the words Kawe Kanem, or beware of the dog. We are interested in the business parts of Pompeii, where there are streets of shops with marble counters where the merchants were selling their goods when the mighty volcanic flood came. We peep into a public bake oven in which black loaves of burnt bread were found when the mud and ashes were first dug away. We see casts of men, women, and children, and even of dogs, made by pouring plaster of Paris into the holes which their bodies formed in the ashes. And when we again visit the Museum of Naples, we are shown cooking utensils, toilet articles, rings, earrings, and bracelets, fish hooks and knives, and thousands of other articles of every description, all in common use among these people when, without warning, they were destroyed by the ashes and boiling mud of the terrible mountain. End of Naples and Mount Vesuvius.
Beware. Wood's Illustrated Handbook to New York. Travel Collection Number 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beware, on approaching and coming into the city, of the good-natured civilities of persons you have never seen before. Gratuitous offers of assistance or advice or good fellowship are suspicious, to say the least. Do not be persuaded to go anywhere with these casual acquaintances. If you are an utter stranger, you will find the handbook, your best and most trustworthy friend, will not mislead you. While it is not necessary to particularize every place in the metropolis that is respectable as a stopping place, or as a resort for amusement, it leaves unmentioned such as are in the least doubtful and which ought to be avoided. Some which are notorious and extremely insidious are briefly specified under this heading, while the newspapers give daily accounts of the innumerable ways of entrapping strangers in the city. Beware. If you are at a loss in the street of accosting anyone but a policeman, him you will know by his uniform, blue coat and cap and brass buttons. If you do not see a policeman, step into the nearest store or hotel and make your inquiries. Beware of the purlieus of the city. They are only to be visited under the escort of a police officer. Beware of mock auctions in stores and of the pleasant-faced man who invites you to look in. Beware of panel houses. A sliding panel is let into the walls of some doubtful houses, through which thieves enter unperceived and have you at their mercy. Beware of saloons with pretty waiter girls. They are among the most dangerous decoys in the city. Beware of all who accost you in the street, particularly if they want your advice about a pocketbook they have just found, or a roll of money which they have picked up. Such persons have a very innocent and inexperienced air. Distrust them. Don't stop to listen to them. Beware of visiting a fashionable gambling house just to see what is going on. Beware of giving street beggars or organ grinders more than a few pennies. Beware of walking late in the evening, except in the busiest thoroughfares of the city. Beware of exposing your watch, pocketbook, or jewelry in the streets, lecture rooms, theaters, or in omnibuses or cars. You should suspect anyone, man or woman, well or ill-dressed, who crowds or presses against you. The contents of your pockets are in danger. Ladies, keep your pocketbooks in the bosom of your dress. Beware of hack drivers' extortions. Beware of passing under a building in course of erection or repairs. It is worth while to cross the street twice to avoid it. Beware, especially in the evening, of persons who ask you what time it is. They have designs on your watch. Beware of leaving any considerable sum of money or any valuables in your trunk, or of carrying them on your person. There is a safe in every hotel where you can deposit such things without charge. Beware of talking about your business before strangers. Beware of even the orderly dance houses. A sadder story of New York life cannot be written than that connected with these places. End of Beware.
Crater Lake, one of the world's great natural wonders. By W. G. Steele. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Crater Lake, one of the world's great natural wonders. A trip to Crater Lake is, to a lover of the grand and beautiful in nature, an important event, around which will ever cluster memories of unalloyed happiness, thoughts of little adventures and weird experiences that go to make life worth living. It is situated in the northwest portion of Klamath County, Oregon, 22 miles west of north of Fort Klamath and about 80 miles northeast of Medford, which is the best point to leave the Oregon and California Railroad. The Jacksonville and Fort Klamath Military Road passes the lake within 3 miles, and the road to the very walls of it is an exceptionally good one for the mountainous country, while in near proximity may be found remarkably fine camping grounds. The Indians of southern Oregon have known of it for ages, but until recently none have seen it, for the reason that a tradition, handed down from generation to generation, described it as the home of myriads of sea devils, or, as they were called, leos, and it was considered certain death for any brave even to look upon it. This superstition still haunts the Klamaths. While a few of the tribe have visited it, they do so with a sort of mysterious dread of the consequences. It was discovered by a party of 12 prospectors on June 12, 1853, among whom were J. W. Hillman, George Ross, James Loudon, Pat McManus, Isaac Skeeters, and a Mr. Dodd. They had left the main party and were not looking for gold, but having run short of provisions, were seeking wherewithal to stay the gnawing sensations that had seized upon their stomachs. For a time hunger forsook them as they stood in silent amazement upon the cliffs and drank in awe of the scene stretched before them. After partaking of the inspiration fostered by such weird grandeur, they decided to call it Mysterious, or Deep Blue Lake. It was subsequently called Lake Majesty, and by being constantly referred to as a crater lake, it gradually assumed that name, which is within itself so descriptive. At times when gazing from the surrounding wall, the skies and cliffs are seen perfectly mirrored in the smooth and glassy surface, over which the mountain breeze creates scarce a ripple, and it is with great difficulty the eye can distinguish the line dividing the cliffs from their reflected counterfeits. The lake is almost egg-shaped, ranging northeast by southwest, and is 7 miles long by 6 in width. The water's surface is 6,251 feet above sea level, and is completely surrounded by cliffs, or walls, from 1,000 to over 2,000 feet high, which are scantily covered with coniferous trees. To the southwest is Wizard Island, 845 feet high, circular in shape, and slightly covered with timber. In the top is a depression or crater, the Witch's Cauldron, 100 feet deep and 475 feet in diameter. This was evidently the last smoking chimney of a once mighty volcano. The base of the island is covered with very heavy and hard rocks, with sharp and unworn edges, over which scarcely a score of human feet have trod. Farther up are deep beds of ashes, and light spongy rocks and cinders, giving evidence of intense heat. Within the crater, as without, the surface is entirely covered with volcanic rocks, but here it forms one of the hottest places, on a clear day in August, it has ever been my lot to witness. Not a breath of air seems to enter, and the hot sun pours down upon thousands of rocks and stones that reflect his rays with an intensity that seems to multiply beyond conception. Here, however, we determined to lunch, and did, but one such experience will last a long time. Directly north of the island is Leo Rock, a grand old sentinel, standing boldly out on the west side of the lake and reaching up over 2,000 feet perpendicular. From the top of it you can drop a stone and it will pass down and grow smaller and smaller, until your head begins to swim and you see the stone become a mere speck, and fade entirely from view, and at last, nearly half a mile below, it strikes the unruffled surface of the water and sinks forever from sight in the depth of a bottomless lake. There is probably no point of interest in America that so completely overcomes the ordinary Indian with fear as Crater Lake. From time immemorial no power has been strong enough to induce him to approach within sight of it. For a paltry sum he will engage to guide you thither, but before you reach the mountain top he will leave you to proceed alone. To the savage mind it is clothed with a deep veil of mystery, and is the abode of all manner of demons and unshapely monsters. Once inhabited by the Great Spirit, it has now become the Sheol of modern times, and it is certain death for any proud savage to behold it. This feeling has, to a certain extent, instilled itself in the mind of such whites as have made it their Mecca, until every stray log that floats upon the water is imagined to possess life, and may possibly be a monster. Exaggerated accounts of different points have been given and implicitly believed without a question of reflection. It has been claimed that the crater was 800 feet deep, while by actual measurement we found it to be scarcely 100. The island was said to be 1,500 feet high, but an accurate measurement placed it at just 845 feet. From Allen Davy, chief of the Klamath tribe, I gleaned the following in reference to the discovery of Crater Lake. Quote, "A long time ago, long before the white man appeared in this region to vex and drive the proud native out, a band of Klamaths, while out hunting, came suddenly upon the lake, and were startled by its remarkable walls and awed by its majestic proportions. With spirits subdued and trembling with fear, they silently approached and gazed upon its face. Something within told them the Great Spirit dwelt there, and they dared not remain, but passed silently down the side of the mountain and camped far away. By some unaccountable influence, however, one brave was induced to return. He went up to the very brink of the precipice and started his camp-fire. Here he lay down to rest. Here he slept till morn. Slept till the sun was high in air, then arose and joined his tribe far down the mountain. At night he came again. Again he slept till morn. Each visit bore a charm that drew him back again. Each night found him sleeping above the rocks. Each night strange voices arose from the waters. Mysterious noises filled the air. At last, after a great many moons, he climbed down to the lake, and there he bathed and spent the night. Often he climbed down in like manner, and frequently saw wonderful animals, similar in all respects to a Klamath Indian, except that they seemed to exist entirely in the water. He suddenly became hardier and stronger than any Indian of his tribe, because of his many visits to the mysterious waters. Others then began to seek its influence. Old warriors sent their sons for strength and courage to meet the conflicts awaiting them. First they slept on the rocks above, then ventured to the water's edge. But last of all they plunged beneath the flood, and the coveted strength was theirs. On one occasion the brave who first visited the lake killed a monster, or fish, and was at once set upon by untold members of excited Laos, for such they were called, who carried him to the top of the cliffs, cut his throat with a stone knife, then tore his body in small pieces, which were thrown down to the waters far beneath, where he was devoured by the angry Laos. And such shall be the fate of every Klamath brave who, from that day to this, dares to look upon the lake." End quote. My first visit to Crater Lake was in 1885, at which time the thought was suggested by Captain C.E. Dutton of having the lake and environs drawn from the market. Promptly acting on the suggestion, my friend, the Honourable Binger Herman, was sought and a movement started looking for the formation of a national park. In response to a petition forwarded to Washington and ably advocated by Congressman Herman, the United States Geological Society, under Captain Dutton, was ordered to examine the lake and surroundings during the summer of 1886. In this expedition it was my good fortune to have charge of the sounding, which afforded me a pleasure unsurpassed in all my mountain experience. That an idea may be had of the difficulties to be overcome, Suffice it to say, boats had to be built for the purpose in Portland, transported to Ashland, 341 miles by rail, and carried from there to the lake on wagons, 100 miles into the mountains, where they were launched over cliffs 1,000 feet high. On the first day of July, I boarded the train for Ashland, where I met Captain Dutton, and we were joined immediately afterwards by Captain George W. Davis, one of the most eminent engineers of America, and 10 soldiers. On the 7th, we started for the lake, preceded by Captains Dutton and Davis, who were followed by a 4-mule team bearing a first-class lap-streak boat, which in turn was followed by 3 double teams, horsemen and pack-train. Of our largest boat, the Cleetwood, we all felt justly proud, as it was certainly a beautiful model, 4-oared, 26 feet long, and competent to ride almost any sea. When passing through Phoenix, the typical and irrepressible critic came to the surface in the shape of a lean, lank, awkward, ignorant country boy of, say, 18 summers. With hands in his pockets he aided the single suspender delegated to hold his breeches in place, and when shifting a monstrous chew of tobacco over his tongue, informed his audience, of half a dozen small urchins, that "that 'ere boat won't live in Crater Lake half an hour if the storm comes up. It ain't shaped right. Just see for yourself how swayed back it is. It must have been made by some feller as never seen a boat afore." This brings to mind the fact that a critic is a person who finds fault with something of which he is densely ignorant. The entire distance from Ashland, 97 miles, was accomplished by slow, easy marches, every precaution being taken to provide against a mishap, and no incident occurred of special importance. Soon after reaching the foothills we encountered sliding places and short turns in the road. As the waggon containing the Cleetwood was top-heavy and coupled 20 feet long, it was impossible to turn on an ordinary curve, hence it became necessary at times to drive as far as possible, then let 10 or 15 men lift the hind end of the waggon around by main strength. When a sliding place was reached, the men would hang on the upper side or attach ropes to the top and hold it, thus preventing an upset. On Tuesday we succeeded in reaching the foot of the last grade, and on Wednesday morning began the ascent. Here was the rub. The hill is about 1.5 miles long, very steep, sliding, rocky, and filled with roots and stones, added to which were great banks of snow, packed solid by constant thawing. Progress was slow and tedious, a roadway having to be cut in places, while men with picks, axes, and shovels dug up rocks, cut down trees, and shovelled snow, besides building up or cutting down one side of the roadway. At 10 o'clock on Wednesday the 14th the boats were landed on the walls of the lake, having travelled 440 miles from Portland, with scarcely a scratch to mar the paint. Thursday morning the work of launching was commenced by covering the bottom of each skiff with inch boards, firmly secured, as also a shield in front of the bow. They were carried to the lowest place to be found in the cliffs, probably about 900 feet, vertical measurement, where a canyon descends at an angle of 35 or 40 degrees, when a 3/4-inch rope was attached, and in turn passed around a tree on the summit, where a man was stationed to manage it, directed by signals below. One was lowered at a time, accompanied by 4 men to guide and handle it. Besides this, men were stationed at different points to signal to stop, and thus regulate the paying out of rope. Every effort was made to send all loose stones on ahead, to prevent accident from above, yet before the first boat had proceeded 300 feet in its descent, a boulder came rolling from nearly the summit with increasing velocity, and before anyone realized the danger, had struck a rock in near proximity and bounded over the skiff, passed between the men and within an inch of one fellow's head. Before the descent was completed, the boards were torn from the first boat, but extra precaution was taken with the second one. About 2/3 of the way down a perfect shower of rocks came tumbling from a cliff to the left, but, strange as it may seem, they either bounded over or around the men and boat, so that no damage resulted. At 3 o'clock the first skiff reached bottom somewhat scratched, but not injured in any manner. The second one was placed in the lake entirely uninjured at 6 o'clock p.m. Our tents were pitched in a beautiful spot. In the immediate foreground to the north lies the lake with its 20-odd miles of rugged cliffs standing abruptly from the water's edge. To the left is Wizard Island, on the top of which rests the Witch's Cauldron, or crater, like a great flat top. Beyond stands Llao Rock, solemn, grim, and grand, over 2,000 feet perpendicular, while still beyond stands Mount Thielsen, the lightning rod of the Cascades. Just to the east of the lake is Mount Scott, partly covered with snow, while close to the camp on the east is a high cliff known as Cathedral Rock, running far down to the right and at last disappearing below the tree-tops. To the south the scene was varied by a wide range of mountain-tops stretching far away to California, chief among which is snow-capped and beautiful Pitt. Just to the left the rough mountain view is changed to a charming plain, in the midst of which is a broad expanse of water which proves to be Klamath Lake, about 30 miles distant. Thursday evening dark and threatening clouds were suddenly seen to approach from this point, accompanied by vivid flashes of lightning and loud peals of thunder. A few large drops of rain had fallen, when there was a sudden outburst of joy in camp, as everyone glanced at the sides of Cathedral Rock, which were suddenly illuminated by a light of deep orange. To the west the sun was slowly sinking to rest, when a glowing light spread itself over the dark clouds, which became brighter and still brighter. Looking beyond, a scene of unparalleled magnificence was spread before us. Through the centre hung long fleecy clouds, lighted to a deep orange, while above, like a great curtain, was spread a belt of olive green. Here and there were tints of crimson, the delicacy of which no artist could approach. Above and parallel with the horizon stretched a long rift, in clouds rendered marvellously rich in gold and garnet, through which the blue sky beyond was visible, slightly obscured by light, fleecy clouds of silver. During all this magnificent sight, the electric storm raged in the south with unabated fury. Flashes of lightning and peals of thunder added solemnity to a scene of wonderful brilliance. The 16th was spent in preparing the Fleetwood for her final plunge over the cliffs in search of water. The sled was made of very heavy timbers, on which she was placed, keel up, then lashed and braced in every conceivable manner until, in fact, she seemed a part of the sled itself. Guy ropes were placed on each corner to guide it, in connection with a heavy handspike. Saturday morning the actual work of launching began, by sliding the boat over a snowdrift in a canyon that slopes to the lake at about an angle of 50 degrees. The cliff is probably 1,000 feet high at this point. The sled was attached by block and tackle to a tree on the summit and lowered nearly halfway, when the bearing was shifted as far down as possible and a new start taken. Leaving the summit at 7:30 a.m., it required the most persistent work and constant care of 15 men, 8 hours, to reach the lake. In the bottom of the canyon flows a stream of water that contributes very materially to the danger of such an undertaking, as constant slides of rock are thus caused. When the bottom seemed to be reached, it was found that there still remained a sort of jump-off or slide into the water, perpendicular and about 15 feet high. The water at this point is very deep, and the question arose, how shall we launch the boat now that we have got it here? It was simply turned right side up again, lashed to the sled and let partially down with the bow thrown out as far as possible. It was held securely in this position while one of the men climbed aboard, cut the lines, and she shot forward in fine style, not shipping a gallon of water, although the bow was almost submerged to start with. The moment the launching was complete there was a cry of unrestrained joy sent up from all present, and our shouts were answered from the cliffs by waving of hats and blowing of foghorns. With one impulse the cry was raised, "Now for the island!" and in an incredibly short space of time both skiffs and the Fleetwood were headed that way. With 4 men at the oars we soon reached our destination, and then returned to camp, where a bountiful repast awaited us. Every precaution was taken to clear the canyon of loose rocks, nevertheless a few rolled down, but were successfully dodged until the boat was actually in the water, immediately after which a small boulder came down with terrific force. Captain Davis stood directly in its course, and not seeing it, the other members of the party shouted to him to look out. It being impossible for him to run, he jumped under the framework or sled, hanging where the boat left it, and laid flat on the ground, just as the stone struck a rock and the upper end of the frame. It then struck Captain Davis in the back, but its force had been so broken that it did no harm further than to make the spot feel sore. The day after launching the Fleetwood, 9 members of our party made the circuit of the lake in a sort of casual observation or tour of inspection. The scenery was grand to a degree far beyond our most sanguine expectations. 4 strong oarsmen soon brought us to Llao Rock, and as we gazed in silent wonder at its rugged sides, reaching nearly half a mile above us, for the first time did we realise the immensity of such a spectacle. Never before did I fully understand the meaning of figures when they run up into the thousands of feet, vertical measurement. Beyond Llao Rock we found a beautiful little bay, and beyond it a larger one, probably 1 mile long by a quarter of a mile deep. Here we stopped for lunch, and when landing were surprised to find a long line of dead moths, of large variety, washed up by the waves and in such numbers that the air was laden with an unpleasant odour, apparently about a first cousin to a slaughter-house. We also found here a narrow beach of small gravel running almost the entire length of the bay, while further out in the lake the bottom is composed of sand. As this point had not only never been named, but probably was never before visited by human beings, we decided to christen it Fleetwood Cove. Passing on our journey, it was soon seen that the cliffs on the north side are not so high as those to the south. In several places it appeared that good trails could easily be made to the water's edge, over which a person might almost ride horseback, and in one place, without any grading whatever, a good pack train could descend with comparative ease. About 2 o'clock a thunder shower came suddenly upon us just as 2 beautiful grottos appeared in view. Into one of these the boat was run, where we were entirely beyond the reach of rain. It proved to be about 30 feet deep and 20 wide, and an arched roof probably 8 feet above the water, while the rocky bottom could be distinctly seen 10 feet below the surface. So perfect was its form that it almost seemed the hand of man had hewn it from the solid rock. Beyond it towered an immense cliff, very high, with broken rugged sides, picturesque and sublime, which I insist on naming Dutton Cliff, in honour of Captain Dutton, who has done and is doing so much to make Crater Lake justly famous. This point may be known from the fact that it lies directly opposite Llao Rock, and between the 2 lowest places in the lake's walls. Immediately north of Dutton Cliff the elements have worn the sides of the mountain, leaving a harder substance, alternately coloured red and yellow, resembling the mansard roof of a cottage, while in one place tall red chimneys stand aloft, making, all in all, such a scene that Cottage Rock could scarcely be improved on for a name. Lying between the 2 points above referred to, a break in the wall was found that is almost perpendicular, but certainly does not exceed 500 feet in height. This is by far the lowest point in the walls. No time was lost in getting our surroundings under way. The first was made about 100 yards from shore. It was supposed that we might possibly find as much as 100 feet of water, but as the lead ran out, our excitement grew with each succeeding 100 feet, until over 1,200 feet were out. At 1,200 feet the machine stopped, and our pent-up feelings exploded into one wild yell of delight. For a number of days the soundings were continued. The greatest depth recorded was 1,996 feet, which, making allowance for stretch of wire, would give 2,008 feet. Of the whole number made, 18 are over 1,900, 13 over 1,800, 11 over 1,700, 15 over 1,600, and 19 over 1,500. It was found that at the bottom of the northeastern end lies a plain of several square miles, almost perfectly level, while south of the centre is a cliff about 900 feet high, and west of the centre seems to be Cinder Cone, nearly 1,200 feet in height, with a crater in the centre 250 feet deep. Its summit is 600 feet below the surface of the water. On one occasion our party took 5 pounds of red fire, which we intended to burn on the summit of Wizard Island, but owing to the fact that the air was so filled with smoke as to destroy the effect, our plan was changed, and we took it to Rogue River Falls on our return. Here we met quite a number of hardy mountaineers, and at 9 o'clock left camp for the falls, about 1 mile distant. The night was very dark, and a weird sort of scene it was, as we climbed over logs and rocks, lighting our way by tallow candles and a lantern that flickered dimly. At last the bank of the stream was reached, and while the noise of the rushing waters was intense, nothing could be seen but the dim outline of something white far down below us. At this point the walls are perpendicular and 180 feet high. They are also solid rock from top to bottom. Directly opposite where we stood, Mill Creek falls into Rogue River, 180 feet. And this is what we came to see. In order to get the benefit of the red light, it was necessary for someone to climb down to the water. This duty fell to a stranger in the party who made the descent during the day, and myself. He led the way carrying a dim lantern, and I followed as best I could. The rocks are covered with a remarkably thick layer of moss, which is kept very wet by the rising mist. The path, if such it might be termed, led along the sides of the cliff at an angle of about 45 degrees. As we cautiously climbed from rock to rock, it was a sort of feeling of intensified interest that overcame us, when we realized that a single misstep would precipitate us to the rocks below, and, worst of all, possibly we never would be missed. The bed of the stream was reached at last, and the fire ignited close to the falls. Ye gods, what a transformation! Suddenly the canyon, which could not be seen before, was as bright as day, lighted by a fire so brilliant that we could not look upon it. Crimson air and crimson water, crimson walls and crimson everywhere. No magician of the Arabians ever conjured up by a stroke of his wand a spectacle more sublime. It was one of transcendent beauty, upon which the human eye seldom rests, and when it does, its possessor is spellbound by the bewildering vision. One almost loses the power of speech in the desperate struggle to see and comprehend the scene, and before it is realized the light dies away and darkness reigns supreme, rendered tenfold more dense by the splendour of so magnificent a tableau. Near the base of Dutton Cliff stands a solitary rock, probably 100 feet high by 200 in length and nearly the same breadth, that, while not seen by the present generation of Indians, is nevertheless known to them, and is a special object of superstitious dread. They consider it as a peculiarly ferocious monster, but are unable to describe its characteristics. It stands in the lake entirely alone and about 50 yards from shore. Standing on the cliffs 5 miles to the west and looking across the lake, this strange rock is plainly visible in the sunlight, its rugged peaks reaching aloft, giving it the appearance of a full-rigged ship at anchor. Should a cloud pass before the sun as the shadow strikes the rock, it will pass from view as effectually as though it had ceased to exist. While sounding the lake in 1886, I caused a party of topographical engineers to be landed here for observations, but it was so rugged that the most diligent search failed to reveal a level place large enough to accommodate the tripod attached to their instruments, and we were compelled to resort to a point on shore for the purpose. I have never learned its Indian name, but among the whites it is known as the Phantom Ship. To those who enjoy the noble sport of hunting, the vicinity of Crater Lake is especially attractive. Great numbers of deer, bear, and panther roam through the timber in fancied security, inviting the keen eye and steady nerve of the sportsman. Although passionately fond of such sport myself, the grandeur and sublimity of the surroundings so overcame me with desire to see and prosecute our explorations, that I forgot my love for a running shot in an inordinate desire to climb over the cliffs and view the wonderful place from every conceivable point. My companions were no less affected, and the result was that we ran out of meat and applied to a native sheep-herder for mutton chops. He scowled upon us for a moment, then informed our spokesman that, when he butchered, he never saved the heads. While running a line of soundings from Leo Rock to Vide Cliff across the lake one day, a strong wind sprung up from the south, accompanied by black clouds, and a storm seemed imminent. We had proceeded about 3 miles across when we were suddenly startled by a loud noise, as though a multitude of men were savagely beating tin pans. In a very few minutes the south-western cliffs became white, and we could plainly see the colour line advancing to the north, until all the cliffs to the west seemed covered with snow. To add to so strange a sight, a good-sized waterfall began pouring over Leo Rock, and falling to the lake 2,000 feet below. Within half an hour from the beginning of the storm the waterfall ceased, the cliffs became dark again, the wind shifted to the north-west and drove millions of hailstones upon us, sufficiently large to make us wince when struck, especially when struck all over with no possible means of escape. The only accident to any of our party during the sojourn befell a highly respected mule attached to the Topographical Engineer Corps. One day, as the party passed along the east side of Dutton Cliff, progress seemed almost blocked by high precipices. A point was found overlooking a yawning chasm, where a large tree had fallen and lodged. By throwing in stones and brush, a sort of trail was made to terra firma beyond the backbone of the mountain. Over this the pack train was passed safely, except a mule that was blind in one eye. He bore a reputation for dignity and sobriety that many well-to-do mule might envy. However, when just at the point which, above all others, should have received his undivided attention, he became gay and festive, and as a consequence fell part way over the precipice. By dint of hard labour he was drawn back, but little the worse for wear. His pack was removed, and he again started across. Again, however, he became frisky, and pitched headlong over a rocky precipice 500 feet high. As his limbs mixed with those of the trees below, the thoughts of the spectators above were, "There goes all that is mortal of Croppy, who climbed to the top of Mount Shasta, but died in a lonely canyon by his own hand in a fit of temporary insanity. Let him R.I.P." One day, while at work on the lake, my attention was called to what seemed to be a tall, full-bearded man standing on the southern portion of Leo Rock's summit. One foot was placed a little forward of the other, and the knee bent slightly, but naturally, while before him stood a gun. His hands were clasped over the muzzle as he gazed intently to the north. Just behind him stood a boy apparently about 15 years of age. They seemed entirely too natural not to be flesh and blood, and yet persons at that distance would not be visible to the naked eye, as we were 2 miles out on the lake. Day after day, as our work progressed, their position remained the same, and in the absence of a better explanation, we decided them to be trees. Crater Lake is but a striking memento of a dread past. Imagine a vast mountain 6 by 7 miles through, at an elevation of 8,000 feet, with the top removed and the inside hollowed out, then filled with the clearest water in the world, to within 2,000 feet of the top, then place a round island in one end, 845 feet high, then dig a circular hole tapering to the centre, like a funnel, 100 feet deep and 475 feet in diameter, and you will have a perfect representation of Crater Lake. It is hard to comprehend what an immense affair it is. To those living in New York City, I would say, Crater Lake is large enough to have Manhattan, Randall's, Ward's, and Blackwell's islands dropped into it, side by side, without touching the walls, or Chicago or Washington City might do the same. Our own fair city of Portland, with all her suburbs, from the City Park to Mount Tabor, from Albina to Selwood inclusive, could find ample room on the bottom of the lake. On the other hand, if it were possible to place the lake At its present elevation, above either of these cities, it would be over a mile to the surface of the water, and 1.75 miles to the top of Leo Rock. Of this distance the ascent would be through water for 2,000 feet. To those living in New Hampshire, it might be said, the surface of the water is 23 feet higher than the summit of Mount Washington. What an immense affair it must have been ages upon ages ago, when, long before the hot breath of a volcano soiled its hoary head, standing as a proud monarch, with its feet upon earth and its head in the heavens, it towered far, far above the mountain ranges, aye, looked far down upon the snowy peaks of Hood and Shasta, and snuffed the air beyond the reach of Everest. Then streams of fire began to shoot forth, great seas of lava were hurled beyond the earth beneath. The elements seemed bent upon establishing hell upon earth and fixing its throne upon this great mountain. At last its foundation gave way, and it sank forever from sight. Down, 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 deep into the bowels of the earth, leaving a great, black, smoking chasm, which succeeding ages filled with pure, fresh water, giving to our day and generation one of the most beautiful lakes within the vision of man. In conclusion, I will say, Crater Lake is one of the grandest points of interest on earth. Here all the ingenuity of nature seems to have been exerted to the fullest capacity to build one grand, awe-inspiring temple, within which to live, and from which to gaze upon the surrounding world and say, "Here would I dwell and live forever. Here would I make my home from choice. The universe is my kingdom, and this my throne." End of Crater Lake, one of the world's great natural wonders.
Kimberly and the Diamond Mines by Frank G. Carpenter. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Kimberly and the Diamond Mines. We begin our travels this morning in the heart of the richest diamond field of the world. We are in Kimberly on the high plateau of South Africa, almost 700 miles north of Cape Town and 500 miles from the east coast, in the middle of a vast, sandy plain with no trees except those in the city itself. The land is almost a desert, with scarcely a hill in sight to break the view. It has no water nearer than the Vaal River, which is 17 miles away, and, when the wind is high, the sand blows through the streets, penetrating every crack and crevice of the houses. To look at the country one would not suppose it worth anything, and the stranger might ask how this thriving city, with its electric lights, fine shops, hotels, and daily newspapers, came to exist. He might wonder at the well-dressed crowds on the streets and at the business which goes on everywhere. He would soon learn that Kimberly is one of the richest towns upon earth. The land about it produces more wealth than almost any other of the same area, and this wealth comes from the diamonds found in the ground. More than 95% of all the diamonds now produced come from this region, and larger, purer, and finer stones are found here than anywhere else. Within about 40 years more than 15 tons of diamonds have been taken out of this part of South Africa. A ton makes quite a load for 2 horses, and if you will imagine as many diamonds as 30 horses all pulling at once could haul, you may have some idea of the enormous quantity of the jewels comprised in the 15 tons. It takes only a small diamond to be worth $100, and, as you may imagine, this product is worth many, many millions. As much as $25 million worth of diamonds are now taken out of Kimberly in 1 year, and thousands of men are working getting the precious stones out of the earth. In ancient times, India supplied the chief diamonds of the world. Then some were found in Brazil not far from Bahia, and thousands of diamond seekers rushed to that place. No one then supposed that there were diamonds in South Africa, and it was not until 1867 that a man named John O'Reilly made the first diamond discovery. O'Reilly was hunting near the Vaal River when he stopped to rest one night on the farm of Schalk van Niekerk, a Dutchman who lived there, away off in the wilderness. As the hunter chatted with his host, he saw some beautiful pebbles from the banks of the Vaal River lying on the table. He admired them, and his host told him to take them along if he liked. He did so, and among them found one that would cut glass. He showed it to a jeweler, who told him it was a diamond, and that it was worth $2,500. As soon as this became known, both Europeans and natives began to search that region for diamonds, but it was about 2 years before another large stone was discovered. This was found by a Hottentot, who traded it to Schalk van Niekerk for a little drove of cattle and some sheep worth about $2,000. Van Niekerk sold the stone to the diamond merchants for $50,000, and they sent it to England, where, after cutting, it was bought by the Countess of Dudley for more than twice that amount. It proved to be a pure white diamond, weighing about 3½ ounces. At the news of this great find, many men came and camped along the banks of the Vaal and Orange rivers, digging up the gravel and searching for diamonds. They found none to speak of along the Orange River, but some here and there along the Vaal, and they gradually pushed out, searching the land until they came to where we are now. Here more of the precious stones were discovered than anywhere else, and they dug up the ground and washed it to see if some might not lie beneath. After a short time they found several places near Kimberly where there were quantities of diamonds mixed with the earth, running down no one knows how far under the ground. At the surface were a few feet of red sand, and under that a somewhat thicker deposit of limestone. Below the limestone lay the hard clay containing the diamonds. The clay is blue in color, and the diamondiferous earth is called blue ground. It is composed of fragments of many kinds of rock, and among them the diamonds, the whole cemented as it were into one solid mass of clay. The blue ground extends downward in the shape of great pipes or funnels. When taken out and dried in the sun, being wet with water from time to time, it crumbles to pieces so that the rocks and clay can be washed away and the diamonds picked out. At first, mines were sunk everywhere throughout the diamond territory to learn where the best deposits were, and from them it was ascertained that there were 4 principal fields all lying about Kimberly in a circle not more than 3½ miles in diameter. These mines are the Kimberly, the De Beers, the Tutoitspan, and the Bulfontein. At the beginning the mines were worked from above, like a stone quarry or gravel pit, the blue ground being carried to the surface in baskets over cables of wire. Then great shafts or pits were sunk along one side of the blue ground deposit, and tunnels were made from the shafts by which the blue rock was brought out and carried to the surface by machinery operated by steam. All the mining is now on a grand scale, and the best of the diamond territory has been bought by one company, known as the De Beers Company, which has a capital of $20 million, and practically controls the diamond product of South Africa. We have letters of introduction to the managers of this company, and through them are furnished a guide who takes us down into the works and shows us how diamonds are mined. We go to the shaft and step into the elevator. The guide gives a signal and we sink down, down into the darkness. Now we pass a tunnel where half-naked Kaffirs are blasting out the rock and loading it upon trucks, which they shove over tramways to the shaft, only to drop again into the darkness and descend until at last we stop more than 1,000 feet underground. We walk off through a tunnel, following the car track to where the miners are working. They are black-skinned natives wearing little more than a cloth about the waist. Some have picks and are digging down the blue rock. Others are lifting the great lumps into cars, and others are wheeling the trucks to the shafts. It is hot, and drops of sweat stand out on their black skins as they work. The mine is lighted by electricity, and we can see everything as plainly as though it were day. Our guide shows us the rock, and we take some up in our hands. It feels like soap, and we look in vain for diamonds in it. After a while we go with the cars up the elevator and follow them from the top of the shaft to the drying fields, where men are spreading the blue rock over the ground. The whole looks like a freshly plowed field of blue earth. The great clods are as hard as sandstone, and it requires months of weathering before they are ready for washing. From time to time water is sprinkled over them, and now and then the field is harrowed. These processes make the rock soft, it begins to crumble, and is then ready for washing. The blue stuff is now taken up and put into cylinders and pans and whirled round and round. Water is admitted from time to time. The blue clay melts and flows off in a mud, and the gravel containing the diamonds rolls down over sloping iron tables covered with grease. The diamonds, which are heavier than the other stones, fall to the bottom and stick in the grease, so that every now and then the grease containing the diamonds can be scraped off. It is then melted and all the diamonds are saved. As we look at them, they do not seem very bright. A rough diamond is like a white stone and shows but little of the brilliancy it will have when cut and polished. The rough diamonds are next taken to the company's office, where they are cleaned with acids and carefully classified with reference to color, size, and purity. They are then made into parcels and valued, and are sold to local buyers who represent the chief diamond dealers of the world. These men ship them to Europe and the United States, where they are cut and polished and made into jewelry. The chief diamond polishers of the world are in Amsterdam. We have already visited them during our travels in Europe in another book of this series. South African diamonds are of a great variety of colors. The most valuable are pure white, but others are green, blue, pink, brown, yellow, and orange. The size, purity, and color determine the value. In March 1888, a yellow diamond was found in the De Beers mine, which weighed 428 carats in the rough, and 228 carats when it was cut. But this was surpassed by a diamond weighing 970 carats, discovered in the Orange Free State 6 years later. A still larger one, weighing over 3,000 carats, was found in the Transvaal in 1905. As we walk through the mine, we ask our guide if diamonds are not often stolen. He replies that this is sometimes the case, although every precaution is used to prevent it. The natives who are employed must each engage to stay in the mines for 3 months. They live, while not at work, in compounds or great open squares connected with the mines. Each square is lined with the iron sheds where the men sleep, and is surrounded by a close, high iron fence. It has a roof of fine wire netting to prevent anyone throwing the diamonds, which he may have stolen, to his friends outside. The men are carefully watched while at work to see that they do not either swallow the diamonds or conceal them about their persons, and they are often searched to find whether they have not hidden a stone under their armpits, between their toes, or even in sores made for the purpose in their bodies. Each man is given a new suit of clothes when he enters the mine, and he is stripped and carefully examined before he leaves. In addition to this, the law has severe penalties for buying diamonds of natives or others who cannot show just how they got them. End of Kimberly and the Diamond Mines.
Visit to the Pyramids by George Jones. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. A Visit to the Pyramids. From Excursions to Cairo, Jerusalem, Damascus, and Baalbek from the United States ship Delaware during her recent cruise. Earliest dawn on the 25th found us up and our court filled with animals of all shapes and sizes, from the towering dromedary to the wee bit of a donkey, and each one was allowed to choose his mode of traveling for himself. In the end, I believe, the largest of us were found on the donkeys, and the smallest perched on the backs of dromedaries, and as I was among the former, I amused myself along the streets with watching my more ambitious companions, in danger of being caught up, as was Absalom, if not by their hair, at least by the clothes, and left dangling at the end of the beams that everywhere project from the sides of a Turkish bazaar. The gait of the dromedary is also extremely uncomfortable, the rider, unless accustomed to it, being tossed from side to side at each of the long steps of the animal. I believe when we reached the pyramids, every one of our ambitious comrades selected some more humble animal for the rest of the journey. And here I may be allowed to give a tribute of just praise to the Egyptian donkeys. They are extremely small, but beautifully formed, and are of a mouse color, with a streak of black running along the back, and intersected by another crossing it at right angles, and passing down the foreshoulders. These black lines are believed by the superstitious of the Eastern countries to be copied from the cross, and to be here in consequence of our Saviour's having selected this animal for his entry into Jerusalem. The Egyptian donkey is very gentle and tractable, and for riding is the most agreeable of the donkey tribe that I have ever seen. Thanks to the tact of Mr. Glidden and of our caterer, Lieutenant S., the preparations for our excursion were admirably made, and we got off without confusion, although, as we had provisions for 2 days, tents, etc., our train consisted of 70 animals, and our company, amounting to about as many persons, comprised a singular variety of nations and languages. Preceded by torches, we marshalled ourselves in the dark and narrow streets, and the word being given, at length we put ourselves in motion. "Get out of my way there," cries an aspirant after high places to one of the more humble elevation, and the way being cleared, on sweeps the dromedary at a rapid pace, the saucy occupant of his back now beginning to bob up and down, and trying in vain to find something by which he may steady himself, and in his efforts to check his beast only making it go faster. "Which is the way?" cry at once half a dozen travellers, lost in the mazes of the streets, and each advising a different course, only heightening the embarrassment, till at last they yield the reins to their more sensible mules, which in a brief space succeed in extricating them. "Johnny Turk, here, lengthen this stirrup for me," says another, when the Arab groom, understanding only the gesture, and his eyes already offended by its unwonted and ungraceful length, draws it up still higher, till he brings the rider in the graceful attitude of the Turkish horseman, with the knees up almost to the chin. What an unsightly attitude, the Arab murmurs to himself, with the legs sprawling about when he can bring them up close to the breast. To our great satisfaction we emerged at length from the narrow streets, and had the pleasure of riding on without incessant danger of scaling our ankles and knees. Arriving at Old Cairo, we were ferried across the river, passing in our course the head of the island already noticed, and by the edifice with the famous Nilometer. Opposite to Old Cairo, as I have elsewhere remarked, is the village of Giza, from which the largest pyramids, which we were now about to visit, take their distinctive name. Giza is celebrated also for its ovens for hatching chickens. Passing this, we had now the pyramids in full view before us, 9 miles distant, but separated from us only by the level plain. The morning air was cool and pleasant. Our animals travelled well, and we left the ground rapidly behind us. But as we journeyed on, disappointment took possession of every one of us. The fabrics of which we'd been reading with wonder and admiration from our childhood were before us. There were the pyramids, but how diminutive! Still, as we approached them, we watched to see whether they would not at last appear in that magnitude and grandeur which we had always connected with them, but it was all in vain. Each one indulged in some epithet of dissatisfaction, and even of contempt, and thus we reached the bottom of the eminence on which they stand. But when we had wound up its sides, and reached the piece of tableland on which they are erected, when we checked our animals at the foot of the first of them, the Pyramid of Cheops, and looked up, there they were again the pyramids, and grander far than our fancy had ever pictured them. The effect, indeed, is almost overpowering. Their simplicity contributes to this as well as their vastness. There is nothing to break up and confuse the attention. The mind, without effort, embraces the whole object. One single idea occupies the attention. A single impression is made, but it is astounding, and we feel all the sublimity of the object, because by this single impression so great an effect is produced. We cast our eyes upward, we look again at ourselves, and we wonder that we are so diminutive. We who just now were passing sentence of condemnation, and looking with contempt on this mighty work. We sink into nothingness beside it, and wish to dismount, and get yet lower, and from an humbler place yield it the deep homage that the mind willingly pays to greatness. "This is great, this is very grand," was the language from the lips of many, and I believe from the hearts of all, as we passed along the base of these stupendous monuments. There are 3 of them at this place, called, after their reputed founders, the pyramids of Cheops, Cephrenes, and Mycerinus. They stand on a natural platform or piece of tableland 150 feet in height, projected from the adjoining range of mountains. That of Cheops is the largest and has been repeatedly measured, but on account of the rubbish that has accumulated along the sides, it is difficult to do this correctly, and there is great discrepancy in the results. Herodotus makes its height 800, and the length of each side 800. Strabo 625 and 600, Lebrun 616 and 704, Thevenot 520 and 612, Davison 461 and 746, and French Savans 470 and 704. As the angles are exposed to view quite down to the foundation, there is less difficulty in ascertaining the number of layers, which is said to be 206, each layer being of smaller dimensions than the next lower. A series of steps is thus formed, each about 30 inches in height and 20 in width. The pyramid of Cheops is truncated, terminating above in a platform of about 20 feet square. That of Cephrenes is continued up to a sharp point, and is coated from this about 1/5 of the way down with triangular blocks, so as to present at this part a perfectly smooth surface. It is supposed that the whole of this pyramid was originally coated in this manner, and that it was covered with hieroglyphics. I ascended to the smooth portion of its surface, but could discover no traces of such inscriptions. The 3 pyramids stand nearly in a straight line, running north and south, and face exactly the 4 cardinal points. Belzoni measured that of Cephrenes, and found it to be 684 feet on each side at the base, and 456 in height. That of Mycerinus is much smaller, and has been mutilated, so as to be rather an unsightly object. They are composed chiefly of secondary limestone taken from the adjoining mountains. As the angles of the pyramids have suffered from the weather, and probably also from human violence, and have thus been broken into smaller steps, we were able without much difficulty to ascend to the summit of that of Cheops. The natives, many of whom had been attracted from a neighboring village by the sight of strangers, when seen from this elevation appeared dwindled into the merest pygmies. A visit into the interior was a matter of greater difficulty. I had been over to examine the pyramid of Cephrenes, and on returning to that of Cheops found that the party had entered, carrying with them all the candles, so that I had to choose between remaining without or groping my way along in the dark. Taking a couple of Arabs who professed to know the way, I clambered over a quantity of rubbish, rolled down from the upper portions of the pyramid, and reaching to the entrance. This is on the northern side about 30 feet above the base, and at an equal distance from each of the angles. We here entered a square passage 3½ feet on each side, and inclining at an angle of 26 degrees, which, it is worthy of remark, is the inclination of the entrance passage in each of the pyramids yet explored. This passage was lined quite around with polished granite, and the descent would have been dangerous but for rude steps or holes for the feet cut in the lower flags in more modern times. This passage is about 100 feet in length, and by the time we reached its extremity, daylight had quite deserted us. I found myself now in a place where I could stand upright, and after stumbling over some blocks, was brought to a stand by the rough wall, where the hand of violence had been at work, probably endeavoring to force a passage into some of the chambers. Here an Arab got before to drag, and another behind to push me, and by their good help I soon found myself swinging in mid-air in the blackness of darkness, but presently reached a ledge about 18 inches wide, regularly formed, and ascending at the angle already noticed. Following this up, I at length began to hear voices, and soon after, to my great satisfaction, found myself in a lighted chamber, and once more among my companions. This is what is called the King's Chamber, a name given to it on account of a sarcophagus of red granite, 7 feet 6 inches in length, and of proportionate width and depth, highly polished, but entirely plain. This apartment is 37 feet long, 17 wide, and about 20 in height, and is cased in every part with polished Egyptian granite. Leaving this chamber and returning part of the way, I found that the ledge on which I had ascended had at its side a passage to another apartment lower down than the King's Chamber. This is 17 feet long, 14 wide, and 12 feet in height, and is also cased with polished granite. There are other chambers in this pyramid, but of irregular shape, and it is uncertain whether they were part of the original design or are accidental. A pit, descending, with several offsets, to a depth of 155 feet, or to a level with the Nile, with which it probably had a communication, has also been explored. It is probable that there are several other passages not yet discovered, and among them one by which there was a subterranean entrance to the pyramid, a passage, apparently of this character, having been recently discovered in the pyramid of Cephrenes. For what we know of the interior of this latter pyramid, which stands within 100 yards of that of Cheops, we are indebted to the most enterprising of all modern travelers, the patient and yet acute Belzoni. Herodotus had declared that there were no chambers in this pyramid, and except a few lazy efforts of the sçavans of the French invading army, no attempt had been made to ascertain whether this writer was correct or not. The ambition of Belzoni having been fired by his success amid the monuments of Thebes, he determined to make an effort upon this pyramid, and he began first by attempting to force a passage into the northern side. This still remains as when he abandoned it, and on examining it I was struck with astonishment at the perseverance and determined resolution of the operator. He has cut a large passage, in many places 9 or 10 feet square, for a distance of 100 feet into the heart of the pyramid, the whole being through a solid mass of stones, often of prodigious size. The danger, as well as the expense of this mode of operating, compelled him at length to abandon it, but his resolution was not to be overcome. He examined again the pyramid of Cheops, and after careful admeasurements, discovering that in this of Cephrenes, at a point corresponding exactly with the entrance into the former, the surface of the pyramid was sunk a little, he commenced here anew, the native workmen looking on in wonder and calling him Magnoon, or fool. Having removed a quantity of rubbish and cut through the outer rocks, he at length found his toils rewarded. Slabs of granite, like those lining the entrance into the other pyramid, began to appear, and to his joy he found at length a similar passage open here before him. It is 4 feet in height, and 3 feet 6 inches in width. Having removed the rubbish which had fallen into it, he reached at the bottom a portcullis of stone, which, he says, stared me in the face and said ne plus ultra, putting an end to all my projects. With great labor this was raised at length sufficiently to allow him to creep under, and after 30 days, he adds, I had the pleasure of finding myself in the way of the central chamber of one of the 2 great pyramids of Egypt, which have long been the admiration of beholders. A passage cut out of the solid rock brought him from this to the entrance of a large chamber. I walked, he says, slowly 2 or 3 paces, and then stood still to contemplate the place where I was. Whatever it might be, I certainly considered myself in the center of that pyramid, which from time immemorial had been the subject of obscure conjectures of many hundred travelers, both ancient and modern. My torch, formed of a few wax candles, gave but a glimmering light. I could, however, clearly distinguish the principal objects. I naturally turned my eyes to the west end of the chamber, looking for the sarcophagus, which I strongly expected to see in the same situation as that in the first pyramid, but I was disappointed when I saw nothing there. The chamber has a pointed or sloping ceiling, and many of the stones had been removed from their places, evidently by someone in search of treasure. On my advancing towards the west end, I was agreeably surprised to find there was a sarcophagus buried on a level with the floor. A closer examination led him to the discovery of bones in this sarcophagus, which on being sent to London were pronounced to be those of a bull, or of that species of animal, a fact which strengthens the opinion that the pyramids were erected by the Egyptians, not for the burial of their kings, but for religious purposes. The enterprising traveler, however, found that he was not the first that had penetrated these mysterious recesses. The covering of the sarcophagus had been partly removed, and on going further he discovered both Roman and Arabic inscriptions, the latter stating that the master Muhammad Ahmed had opened them. This chamber is hewn out of the solid rock and is 46 by 16 feet at the sides and 23 feet 6 inches in height. He discovered some other chambers and numerous passages, together with a well, as in the other pyramid. Adjoining the pyramid of Cephrenes on the south are the ruins of a large enclosure formed of huge stones, while on the north and west are scattered a great number of tombs, of heavy and solemn architecture, forming entire streets. In these the stones are also large. They had flat roofs, above which rose a parapet with heavy moldings. Some are in good preservation, but most have suffered greatly from the hand of time, or more probably of human violence, the roofs having fallen in, and the sands of the desert having entered and filled them up. Their inner walls are covered with stucco, on which are painted numerous figures of men and beasts, in procession, or engaged in religious sacrifices or in agriculture. We opened a passage into one of them, and were glad to find in it a refuge from the fierce sun, which now seemed to be shedding fire upon us and upon the glowing sands all around. The tomb consisted of 3 chambers, 2 in good preservation and 1 uncovered, all of them ornamented in the manner just described. It was large enough for all our party except the Arabs, who seemed to care little for the sun. Our hampers being dragged in, we enjoyed here a comfortable meal, after which, retiring to the outer chamber and making a pillow of the sand, I gazed on the dim figures traced on the wall, and indulged in antiquarian reveries. End of A Visit to the Pyramids by George Jones. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Cruise of the Coya by George Christopher Davies. Travel Collection Number 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cruise of the Coya, taken from chapters 5 and 6 of the book Norfolk Broads and Rivers. Alton to Yarmouth. We wonder how many men, with the means and opportunities of taking their annual holidays abroad, can yet say that the beauty of their own country has prevented them ever leaving it at a holiday time. For ourselves, there are certain quiet spots in England which, having once charmed us, hold us yet, as the ancient mariner held the wedding guest. Next year, perhaps, we may break the spell, but there have been many next years, during which the spell has grown stronger. Then the places we like, we have a burning desire to show our friends, and so it was that the skipper persuaded the mate to accompany him in a cruise on the Broads and Rivers of Norfolk and Suffolk. The preparations for such an expedition, where you are to be your own housekeepers, cooks, servants and general storekeepers, and where your amusements include fishing, shooting and photography, are multitudinous. The skipper had made an especial point of being well found in liquids, but when the wine merchant's man placed a large array of bottles of stout and beer in the stern sheets, and left them to the mercy of the hot sun while the skipper was cleaning out some lockers, it was rather hard lines for the latter to have to make tracks for the forepeak, to escape the fusillade of corks and fountains of foam and good liquor which attacked him in the rear. The mate looked dubiously at the pile of luggage on the cab, the tiny yacht which rode at her moorings on the placid lake, and the minute dinghy which professed its readiness to take us on board. But, notwithstanding the doubts he looked and expressed, the chaos produced by unpacking rapidly became order, as cunningly devised lockers received their contents. At last, the only thing which had not a satisfactory location was the box containing the photographic apparatus, which was a perpetual shinbarker during the voyage. The Coya was a 4-ton yacht, especially adapted for single-handed sailing. She was 20 feet over all by 7 feet 9 inches beam, with a large centreboard. She drew only 2 feet of water with the board up. Her cabin had 3 feet 8 inches headroom. It does not admit of a standing position. When you want to stand, which at certain stages of dressing is advisable, you must go into the stern sheets or well, where, when at anchor, a tent is made by means of an awning over the boom. The mate called the cabin a respectable dog kennel. But by the time experience had taught him where the knocks came in when you incautiously moved about, he had come to regard it as a spacious apartment. It certainly was uncommonly cosy, especially at night, with the lamp lit and the curtains drawn over the windows. The yacht was rigged with one large sail, Una fashion, and was the handiest boat possible. She was also fast, particularly in a breeze, and was just the thing for knocking about these inland waters. She was then lying on Alton Broad, with the water like a mirror around her. Not a breath of wind cooled the air. The low shores were indistinct in a quivering haze, and the great bowl of the blue sky was so perfectly continued in the water beneath that the double images of yachts and boats seemed magically suspended in a hollow globe of air. The absolute stillness was only broken at times by the splashing of a shoal of grey mullet, and in a dead calm the evening drew on, and the stars were as brightly mirrored in the lake as they shone in the sky. A light breeze sprang up as we were turning into our hammocks, and as neither of us was sleepy, we listened to and wondered at the indescribable and mysterious noises which proceeded from ropes and spars on a breezy night. Rap, 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 the halyards against the mast plainly, but creak, creak, rattle, rattle, and then a heavy footfall along the deck, and a patter, patter, like a dog running across. Yet there is nobody there. There is no fear of any molestation, however, so we need not be nervous. In the morning we were early astir. One does get up early in the beginning of a cruise, the fresh air is so bracing and invigorating. Besides, the early worm catches the fish. After a while, however, one has to exhort one's companion to get up by letting down his hammock. Fishing is voted slow, and early worms dirty. Then, what is the good of getting up early when others get up earlier? There were guns banging away before dawn, and there were no ducks left for us, so we hunted milk and eggs instead. The skipper met with an indignity this morning. He had, with much labour and abrasions and cuts, constructed for himself a punt or dinghy, of which he was very proud, and a man who was spearing for eels, while waiting for a flight of fowl, offered him 30 shillings for it as an eel trunk. All that day the skipper had to take an active part in the management of a regatta on the Broad, and it was not until the next morning that the cruise actually began, and then we commenced a long beat against a light north-easterly breeze to Yarmouth. And now we became subject to the slavery of the photographic box. Whenever we saw a picturesque drainage windmill, a cottage in a group of trees, ancient ruins, yachts or wherries making a pretty picture, oh, we must have that! And the yacht was run up to the bank. The mate would drag forth the big box and deposit it on the skipper's toes, and the skipper would trip up the mate with the tripod. Then the mate would do the focusing and exposing, while the skipper shooed off the 2 curious bullocks and cows, or dispensed valuable advice. We used the dry plate process, of course, and had the plates developed when we got home. We overexposed most of them, for it seemed impossible that a second's exposure should suffice, and the skipper constantly urged, when not engaged with the cows, "Give it another second, to make sure." Still we obtained a great number of excellent pictures, well worth all the tides and winds we lost through the constantly recurring delays. We had a friendly contest with a wherry which did not like being passed, and hugged the shore so that we could not get to wind'ard of her, and had to pass to leeward, always a difficult operation on account of their great sails shutting off the wind. Then we had a narrow escape of a smash. Haddiscoe Swing Bridge has two openings, and we made for the windward one. Two wherries close upon our heels also made for the same, while there were some meeting wherries going through the other opening. All at once it occurred to the skipper that he would lose the wind under the lee of the bridge, and thereby lose headway, while the wherries, with their lofty canvas and great weight, would outrun the yacht and make matchwood of her. So in stentorian tones he requested them to make for the leeward opening, and they altered their course only just in time to avert the accident. The right bank of the river was a steep declivity covered with gorse, heather and fir trees, which the mate looked lovingly upon, for they reminded him of his own country. At St. Olave's Bridge we had to lower the mast, which is a troublesome operation, and then we had a monotonous beat down the river, with the tide going out at a rare pace, until we came to Burgh Castle. We landed here and raced up the wooded hill with our camera, to take the magnificent walls and towers of this extensive Roman fabric. And so interested were we that we spent more time there than we ought to have done, for when at last we got into Breydon Water, we found the tide against us and the wind falling, so that we made but slow progress. It was a lovely evening, with an orange glow in the west, which was reflected back from the tanned sails of the wherries as they came up from Yarmouth with the flood, and, brightest of all, from the yellower sails of a topsail barge from Kent. She came along in stately grandeur, with her lee boards up as the wind was fair, but the lighter and faster wherries were rapidly overtaking her. Here and there was an eel spearer in his punt, striking regularly into the soft mud, anon lifting up his spear to shake off a writhing eel. There is a hut built on an old fishing boat, wherein dwells an eel fisher, who is now mending his nets or threading lobworms on to worsted for the purpose of making an eel bob. Here is a smelt fisher, hauling in his long brown net, while his wife is picking the glittering, cucumber-smelling smelts out of the meshes. Over the great mud flats, which at low water are visible on either side of the broad channel, the gulls, kittiwakes and terns are wheeling, and in the intersecting streams and runlets the herons stand with a regularity of distance apart we have often noticed. Here are 7 in a straight line, with a space of 10 yards between each. As we near them, they straighten out their long necks, then lower them horizontally, then curve and twist them in a ludicrous hesitancy whether they shall take flight or not, perhaps flying away just when we have passed and the danger to them is over. The wind had quite died away as we reached the lower end of Breydon, and the swift tide was bearing us backward. The water was too deep for us to quant our punt, too light to enable us to tow, and there seemed nothing for it but to anchor, when a man rowed off from the quayside to our assistance. He knew how to cheat the tide by taking advantage of the eddies and backwaters, and towed us through the bridges at the mouth of the Bure, the mast being lowered, and saw us safely moored at Yarmouth Quay. The day's sail was 20 miles. We went on to the pier, but fled from its music hall unpleasantness and sought refuge in the aquarium, where we were chiefly amused by the inability of a tightly tied back young lady to get down off a chair she had incautiously mounted, presumably with masculine assistance. Our cosy, brightly lighted cabin was, after all, the best, and thither we soon retired. The water of the river was phosphorescent, and as the tide swirled past the quay and the black bows of the vessels, it evolved shimmering lines of light and firefly sparkles. The 100 Stream. Next morning we were up at 5, in order to save the 2 hours of flood which remained, and as there was no wind, the skipper took a long tow line ashore and towed the yacht a couple of miles away from the town. As he was panting along, with his cap in his hand, his body at an angle of 45 degrees, his feet in the mud, and the hollow in the front of his jersey showing that he was breakfastless, a bargee looked on him compassionately and said, "And so ye calls that pleasure, master?" A swim and bacon and coffee put the skipper all right, but he begs to record his opinion that it is not wise to do any hard work before breakfast. Nor, the mate adds, before or after any meal. The wind was light and from the north-west, a headwind in most of the reaches, and the beat against the tide was rather slow. The country was intensely flat and lacking in the picturesqueness of the upper waters. It was late in the afternoon when Acle Bridge, 13 miles from Yarmouth, was reached. But, that well passed, the river was wider, its current slower, the scenery on the banks more luxuriant, the landscape softer and more beautiful, and, best of all, as we bent to the northward, the wind was fair. Creeping quietly along, with the boom well out, the Coya entered the mouth of the River Thurne, and while the mate sleepily steered, the skipper got out his pike line and trailed an artificial bait behind. It was not long before he had a run, and as the yacht was brushing the reeds, he made a wild jump ashore, and after a frantic struggle with the coils of the mainsheet, whose obstructing presence he had ignored, he got right end up, and finally landed a nice pike. Then the mate must go ashore in like haste with the camera, for just in front there was a farmhouse bowered in trees, a windmill and a group of peasants exquisitely mirrored in the calm water. A mile further we stopped for the night near an eel set. These eel boats are precisely like the Noah's Arks of childhood, and are of ancient appearance. We have never seen a new one. The tanned nets, which are hung up to dry upon stakes around the dyke in which the boat is moored, are carefully kept and well mended. Through the night the eel fisher sits in his cabin, like some great spider in his web, waiting for the eels the stream will bring to his net. Long usage and prescription are the rights by which these eel sets are maintained, and they are valuable properties. New ones are not likely to be established, for the anglers are jealous of the few pike and other fish which may, though but seldom in our opinion, share the fate of the eels. The pleasure of the many is like to prove too much for the livelihood of the few, and we are sorry for it in this instance, for there is enough for all, now the great dragnets are abolished. Talking of dragnets reminds us of a clever capture made by one watcher. He saw a party of men dragging the river one dark night, and watched them retire to their wherry, into the cabin of which they entered, shutting the doors to keep in the telltale light. Now these doors are fastened by a bar on the outside, and the watcher stealthily boarded the wherry and slipped the bar into its sockets, securely entrapping the men until he returned with assistance. In the morning we passed Heigham Bridges, and scanned the wide expanse of reed and water in search of the masts of a friend's yawl, which we had appointed to meet hereabouts. There to the left are two masts rising into the blue sky out of a forest of green, and after many devious turns we enter Kendall Dyke, and round to opposite the Nymphea, whereon are a parson and a captain. They are in sore straits, and we are only just in time to rescue them from the fate of drinking water, for they are reduced to the villainous and undrinkable compound sold as beer in Norfolk villages. We transferred ourselves and sundry bottles to their yacht, and made them happy. Figuratively speaking, they were knee deep in fish, caught that morning in Heigham Sounds. Great silver-sided roach and crimson-finned rudd lay in their jolly boat. Eels played hide-and-seek among the bottom boards. Worms wriggled on the seats, and grains, boiled rice and wheat lay about in profusion. You cannot go fishing in Norfolk without these elements of a mess. Of course, you must not lose your way amongst them. A large apron is an essential part of the angler's costume. After lunch, we sailed up the deep clear dyke, which presently opened out into the expanse of water and reed known as Heigham Sounds, then narrowed again between its reed forests to open out again into Whiteslea, then contracted once more to finally merge in the glorious waters of Hickling. The Broad is 400 acres in extent, but seemed much larger, for its glittering waters were bounded by low and indistinct shores, looking in the summer haze more like thin banks of mist or cloud resting on the water than a boundary of land. A huge Y lay on the lake, written in massive posts which marked the channel, the latter branching into two, one leading to Catfield and the other to Hickling Staithe. In the channel even we touch the bottom with a centreboard at times, but when we haul it up we can sail anywhere over the Broad, and it is a singular sensation that of sliding quickly over green weed beds and golden spaces where the weeds have not taken root, and with only 30 inches of water. Before the introduction of centreboards, the yachts used on Hickling were beamy shallow boats, drawing only 2 feet of water, and lateen rigged. Their remains lie pretty thickly on the banks, where they have been hauled up and abandoned. The long flatboats used by the marshmen and reed cutters are not rowed, but are set along with a setting pole after the fashion of the Thames punting. They often startle you by shooting out of a dyke, when you fancy you are all alone with the fish and the wildfowl. In the winter, Hickling Broad is a rare place for coots, which gather there in abundance, and a day's coot shooting each year is a time-honoured institution in which numbers of boats take part. The crew of the yawl had returned to their fishing on the Sounds, and we ran the Coya in and dropped the anchor in 3 feet of water. When we were tired of catching roach, we got a live bait out for a pike, and caught a very large perch immediately. As a rule, we did not fish much on our cruise, because we did not know what to do with the fish we caught. We couldn't eat bushels of rudd and scores of pike, so we contented ourselves with catching a few when we lay to in the evening. This day, and indeed every day, we were astonished at the number of hawks which were always visible hovering over the marsh. Kestrels, marsh harriers and hen harriers would be in sight together. Often they let us come quite close to them as they perched on the top of some reed stack or cock of the coarse marsh hay, a recent gorge probably being the cause of their disinclination to move. The skipper watched one hen harrier from a hiding place within 10 yards, noting how the sun glinted off his blue-grey back. Occasionally a crow or a pair of peewits would make a spirited attack upon one, and there would be many rapid wheels and turns and clatter of wings ere one or other of the combatants sheered off. Always, too, there were coots and water hens making intersecting ripples across the water, herons standing in some lonely reedy bay, reed wrens lilting some sweet fragment of song, reed buntings chattering busily, wagtails running over the broad undulating lily leaves and picking little black flies off the snowy petals of the flowers. If you pick a lily leaf, by the way, you will often find it pierced by small holes, and on the under edge of these holes are the eggs of some insect, laid 3 parts round like a horseshoe. When the Coya was tired of fishing, she spread out her great white wing and essayed to leave the Broad. But which way? The skipper had not taken his bearings as he came on, and the wind had shifted. So, after a sail round by reeds of bewildering similarity of grouping, and passages which seemed but to end in reeds, he had to ask the captain and the parson, "Which is the way out?" And on their making mock of him, he charged the thinnest belt of reeds, and by good hap emerged into the dyke. Then we sailed back into the Thurne, with the yawl presently following, and sailed up with a wind which from now always seemed to be fair until we came to Martham Ferry. Here the river is made artificially narrow, and a huge raft, long enough to stretch from one bank to the other, is kept in a recess on either side, and is drawn across when any one requires to use it. If the raft is on the other side of the river, the wayfarer must wait until someone approaches on that side. And in that lonely neighbourhood this may be a long time. Now men were busy carting hay, and they had left the ferry across, so the yachts had to lie to while 2 of the crew swung the great mass aside. Just beyond the ferry, both yachts moored to the bank close together, and both crews passed the evening together, the parson telling witty stories, and the captain singing Van der Decken, with a bull as an interested hearer. The animal had strayed past the yachts along the narrow strip of firm land, on the other side of which was an impassable bog. Now the lamps were lit, he was afraid to come back again past the boats, and was an unwilling prisoner, charging anybody who went ashore unarmed with a mop or other implement of defence, but drawing back when he came to a ray of light. He kept lowing threateningly, and was rather a nuisance as he stood mounting guard a few yards away. That night the skipper and the mate sat up late changing their photographic plates in the darkened cabin, lit only by a dim red light. Just as they finished, there was a great noise on deck. "It is that bull coming on board," cried the mate, and we bolted out of the cabin armed with a dagger and a pistol, which were two of the ornaments of the cabin. But the bull was on shore, whence his eyes gleamed in the darkness. The skipper had left his rod on the cabin top, and his line in the river with a live bait attached, and now the line was being pulled out at a great rate, and the big wooden reel was thumping about on deck. Something monstrous was on, but if it were a pike, it was a very sluggish one. In the dark it was ticklish work landing it, and in the midst of the excitement the captain came picking his way along the rond, clad in his night attire and knee boots. By the light of a candle we found that the fish was a large eel, the largest we had seen. It had taken a good-sized live bait at mid-water. We ultimately got it into the landing net, and kept it there until morning, when the captain undertook the cooking of it. It was cut into chunks, parboiled and then fried, and 5 of us ate it for breakfast. We had no means of ascertaining its weight, but at a guess it was 5 pounds. The next morning the bull was in the same spot, within 10 yards of the yachts, which he was afraid to approach, although he was not in the least afraid of any person who emerged from the vessels onto the bank. We felt sure he would have passed us in the night, and it was rather a nuisance to have so pugnacious a spectator. All that glorious August day we were very lazy. We walked into the village of Martham to buy provisions. We fished and caught more roach, perch and pike than we wanted. We photographed, bathed and explored various long and lilied dykes and the lonely sheet of water known as Somerton Broad, but all in the most leisurely and lounging way it is possible to conceive. The wind was fair for every way we wished to sail, and was soft and fragrant with the hay then being carried. There was no one visible, and no sign of human life as far as the eye could reach, except occasionally when, from some opening in the reeds, a large boat piled up with hay, a floating stack hiding its support, was poled by 2 or 3 men. The coarse marsh hay, used principally for fodder, is cut and piled up by the banks of the dykes, and is then carried by boats to some convenient spot, where it is unloaded to await a further removal to the stack. The picturesque nature of this method of hay carrying is further heightened by the costume of the haymakers. Some time ago this part of the country was inundated with straw hats, said to be Chinese, having enormous brims, and sold for a penny apiece. These now form the usual summer headgear of the labourers on the marshes. A large yellow straw hat with a broad red ribbon round it, a blue jersey, and great thigh boots formed the haymaking costume on the Martham dykes. The men have good-looking faces, with long pointed beards, and are usually tall and spare, with a serious cast of countenance befitting the loneliness of their occupation. The usual routine of the day was this. At 7 o'clock the skipper would awake, and would, other persuasions failing, let down the hammock of the mate to induce him to rise. Then the awning was turned back, the bedding put upon the cabin top to air, the cabin cleared and the kettle set to boil, while the skipper and mate bathed and made their morning toilet. Then one of us went to the nearest farm for milk and eggs, while the other fried the bacon or fish and made the coffee. Breakfast over, came the task of washing up and stowing away, scrubbing the decks and tidying, by which time it would be 10 o'clock, then sailing and exploring until evening, when came dinner or tea. Then a quiet evening's fishing, reading and talking, and finally hammocks at 10 and a sound sleep till morning. That night we moored by a steam drainage mill, and we inspected the machinery. Surely there must be some better way of raising the water from the lower level of the drains to the higher level of the river than the turbine wheel, which is everywhere used. This is a narrow wheel of great diameter, with floats like those of a steamer's paddle wheel. It revolves in a narrow trough, to which the drain water has free access, and dashes the water up to the higher level. Many of the older mills, and indeed many, if not most, of the houses by the rivers, lean one way or another, through the sinking of the foundations in soft earth. Like Holland, this is a country of leaning walls. A tall tower of one of the mills on the Waveney, lately rebuilt, used to lean over in a most remarkable manner, in apparent defiance of the laws of gravitation. End of the Cruise of the Coya.
Gulmarg by Sir Francis Young Husband. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gulmarg. What will be one day known as the playground of India, and what is known to the Kashmiris as the meadow of flowers, is situated 26 miles from Srinagar, halfway up the northward-facing slopes of the Pir Panjal. There is no other place like Gulmarg. Originally a mere meadow to which the Kashmiri shepherds used to bring their sheep, cattle and ponies for summer grazing, it is now the resort of 600 or 700 European visitors every summer. The Maharaja has a palace there. There is a residency, an hotel with a theatre and ballroom, post office, telegraph office, club, and more than 100 huts built and owned by Europeans. There are also golf links, 2 polo grounds, a cricket ground, 4 tennis courts and 2 croquet grounds. There are level, circular roads running all around it. There is a pipe water supply, and maybe soon there will be electric light everywhere. And yet for 8 months in the year the place is entirely deserted and under snow. Like Kashmir generally, Gulmarg also is said by those who know it in the old days to be now spoilt. With increasing numbers of visitors, with the numerous huts springing up year by year in every direction, with the dinners and dances, it is said to have lost its former charms, and it is believed that in a few years it will not be worth living in. My own view is precisely the opposite. I knew Gulmarg 19 years ago, and it certainly then had many charms. The walks and scenery and the fresh bracing air were delightful. Where now are roads, there were then only meandering paths. What is now the polo ground was then a swamp. The fort of the golfer was unknown. All was then Arcadian simplicity. Nothing more thrilling than a walk in the woods, or at most a luncheon party, was ever heard of. And doubtless this simplicity of life has its advantages, but it had also its drawbacks. Man cannot live for ever on walks, however charming and however fascinating his companion may be. His soul yearns for a ball of some kind, whether it be a polo ball, a cricket ball, a tennis ball, a golf ball, or even a croquet ball. Until he has a ball of some description to play with, he is never really happy. So now that a sufficient number of visitors come to Gulmarg to supply subscriptions enough to make and keep up really good golf links, polo grounds, etc., I for my part think Gulmarg is greatly improved. I think, further, that it has not yet reached the zenith of its attractions. It is the Gulmarg of the future that will be the really attractive Gulmarg, when there is money enough to make the second links as good as the first, to lay out good rides down and around the marge, to make a lake at the end, to stock it with trout, and to have electric light and water in all the huts, and when a good hotel and a good club with quarters for casual bachelor visitors have been built. All this is straying far from the original Arcadian simplicity, but those who wish for simplicity can still have it in many of a valley in Kashmir, at Sloma-Martinez, Pahalgam, or Tragbal, and numerous other places, and the advantage of Gulmarg is that the visitor can still, if he choose, be very fairly simple. He can go about in a suit of putto. He need not go to a single dance, or theatrical performance, or dinner party, or play a single game. He need not speak to a soul unless he wants to. He can pitch his tent in some remote end of the marge, and he can take his solitary walks in the woods. But if after a while he finds his own society is not after all so agreeable as he had thought, if he feels a hankering for the society of his fellows, male or female, and if he finds the temptation to play with some ball is irresistible, then just under his nose is every attraction. He can indulge his misanthropic inclinations at will, and at a turn in those inclinations he can plunge into games and gaiety to his heart's content. The main charm of Gulmarg will, however, always remain the beauty of its natural scenery and the views of the great peak, Nanga Parbat, 26,260 feet above sea level, and 80 miles distant across the valley. The marge or meadow itself is a flowery, saucer-shaped hollow under a mountain 13,000 feet high, and bounded by a ridge directly overhanging the main valley of Kashmir. It is 8,500 feet above sea level, open and covered with flowers and soft green turf, but on all sides it is surrounded by forests of silver fir, interspersed with spruce, blue pine, maple, and a few horse chestnuts. And the great attraction is that through this forest of stately graceful firs the most superb views may be had, first over the whole length and breadth of the Vale of Kashmir, then along the range of snowy mountains on the north, and at a culminating pleasure to the solitary Nanga Parbat, which stands out clear and distant above and beyond all the lesser ranges, and belonging, so it seems, to a separate and purer world of its own. And there is a further attraction in the Gulmarg scenery that is ever changing, now clear and sufficed in brilliant sunlight, now the battleground of monsoon storms, and now again streaked with soft, fleecy vapours, and bathed in haze and colour. No 2 days are alike, and each point of view discloses some new loveliness. Round the outside of the ridge runs what is known as the Circular Road. It has the advantage of being perfectly level, and is fit for riding as well as walking. Except the road through the tropical forests near Darjeeling, along which I rode on my way to and from Tibet, and which runs for miles through glorious tropical vegetation, by immense broad-leafed trees with unknown names, all festooned with creepers and lighted with orchids, by great tree ferns, wild bananas, and a host of other treasures of plant life, and through which glimpses of the mighty Kanchenjunga, 28,250 feet, could be caught. Except that, I know of no other more beautiful road than this along the ridge of Gulmarg. From it one looks down through the wealth of forest onto the valley below, intersected with streams and water channels, dotted over with wooded villages and covered with rice fields of emerald green, onto the great river winding along the strength of the valley to the Woola Lake at its western end, on to the glinting roofs of Srinagar, on to the snowy range on the far side valley, and finally on to Nanga Parbat itself. And never for 2 days together is this glorious panorama exactly the same. One day the valley will be filled with a sea of rolling clouds through which gleams of sunshine light up the brilliant green of the rice fields below. Above the billowy sea of clouds, long level lines of mist will float along the opposite mountain sides. Above these again will rise the great mountains looking inconceivably high. And above all will soar Nanga Parbat, looking at sunset like a pearly island rising from an ocean of ruddy light. On another day there will be not a cloud in the sky. The whole scene will be bathed in a bluey haze. Through the many vistas cut in the forest, the eye will be carried to the foothills sloping gradually toward the river, to the little clumps of pine wood, the village clusters of walnut, pear and mulberry, the fields of rice and maize, to the silvery reaches of the Jhelum, winding from the Woola Lake to Baramulla, to the purply blue of the distant mountains, then on to the bluey white of Nanga Parbat, sharply defined, yet in colour neatly merging into the azure of the sky, and showing out in all the greater beauty that we see it framed by the dark and graceful pines in which we stand. And this forest has no mean attractions of its own, of which to my little girl the chief were the white columbines. Here also are found purple columbines, delphiniums, what are known as white slipper orchids, yellow violets, balsams, mauve and yellow primulas, protontellas, anemones, Jacob's ladder, monkshood, salvias, many graceful ferns, and numerous other flowers of which I do not pretend to know the name. The residency is situated on the summit of the ridge above the circular road, and from it can be seen not only Nanga Parbat through a vista cut in the trees, and the main valley, but also a lovely little side valley known as the Ferozaba Nulla. Looking straight down 2,000 feet through the pine trees, we see a mountain torrent, whose distant rumbling mingles soothingly with the sighing of the pines. Brilliant green meadows, on which a few detached pine trees stand gracefully out here and there, line the river banks. Steep hillsides, mostly clad in gloomy forest, rise on either hand, but relieved by many patches of grassy, sunlit slope. The spurs become a deeper and deeper purple as they recede. The openings in the forests become wider higher on the mountainside, where the avalanches have scoured them more frequently. Higher still the forest line is passed, and the little stream is seen issuing from its source along the snowfields and flowing over enticing grassy meadows. Above the glistening snowfields rises a rugged peak of the Pur Panjal, which, when it is not set against the background of intense blue sky, is the butt of raging storm clouds. The most beautiful time in Gulmarg is in September, when the rains are over and the first fresh autumn nip is in the air. Then, from the summer house in our garden, in the early morning, to feast my eyes and Nanga Parbat was a perpetual delight. It was the very emblem of purity, dignity, and repose. Day after day it would appear as a vision of soft, pure white in a gauze-like haze of delicate blue. Too light and too ethereal for earth, but seemingly a part of heaven, a vision which was a religion in itself, which diffused its beauty throughout one's being, and evoked from it all that was most pure and lovely. The foreground in this autumn month was also worthy of the supreme subject of the picture. Through the pines, the touches a sunlit meadow, fresh and green, with long shadows of the trees thrown here and there across them, and intensifying the effect of the sunlight, the groups of cattle, the horizontal streaks of mist floating on the edge of the woods, the cheerful twittering of the birds, the soothing hum of the bees and insects, the crowing of cocks, the rippling sound of running water, and then, looking toward a parwat, the brilliant sunshine brightening the emerald grass of the marge, the patches of yellow flowers, the little meandering streams, the pretty chalet huts peeping out from the edge of the trees, the background of dark firs and pines getting lighter as they merge into the bluey haze of the distance, the fresh green meadows over the limit of the pines, the snowfields, the rocky peaks, and above all the clear blue liquid sky. All this gave a setting and an atmosphere which fitly served as an accompaniment to this most impressive of nature's works. End of Gulmarg.
On the Tibet Road by C.E. Beckhofer. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Sloma-Martinez. On the Tibet Road. After I had spent some time exploring the delights of Kashmir, I joined a couple of English friends who were about to undertake a journey along the road that leads into Tibet. We had, of course, no intention of following the road to its limit, but we anticipated an interesting trip through the heart of the Himalayas. We started off one day from the end of the Wular Lake with a little company of servants and ponies, the latter bearing our supplies on their backs. After 2 days we had definitely left the valley of Kashmir behind, and were well into the mountains. After climbing a great deal, we passed beyond the altitude where the last trees grow. We came out of a fragrant pine forest upon a great white shoulder of a snow field. We could hardly bear to look at the mountains, so dazzling was the snow upon them, and we had to put on our snow goggles. A well-worn line of tracks showed the road, and another, rising more directly and steeply through the snow, the short-cut. We trudged up the shorter way, pressing the soft flakes beneath our feet into little lumps of ice. Sometimes they melted away under us, and we slipped down the cold, moist slope, and now and then we fell up to our waists through the crust of a concealed ice-hole. The worst was that we were exposed all the time to the heat of the tropical sun, which burned our bodies despite the surrounding expanses of snow, and it was melting the snow to such an extent that we never knew how to walk. At one step our feet would fall through deep into the snow, the next would hold firm, and the next would drop us into our waists. It was a wearisome business. The ponies with our baggage whinnied uneasily as their legs slipped across the ice or fell into the dips. The 6 pony men, one to each 3 horses, led them on with a monotonous cry of "Hoosh, Kubadar! Hoosh, be careful! Hoosh, Kubadar!" But at last we reached the summit of our first serious pass, and knew that we were definitely on the famous Gilgit Road. I know no road like the Gilgit Road, a path that winds through the pine woods of Kashmir, crosses in faraway valleys scores of rivers and little streams by stepping stones or rude bridges of logs or even a single unsmooth tree trunk, and grips its way through the steep slopes of everlasting snow, despite blizzards, mist, and avalanches, until at last it comes to the desolate, distant little outpost of our Indian Empire, where it meets the Russian and Chinese frontiers. Up and down this road the postmen have to scramble in all sorts of weather, carrying the daily post to Gilgit by 2-mile relays. Sometimes we found the road lying across an ice field, underneath which a stream tunneled its way. Then the road and the stream would come out into sight, criss-crossing each other by dangerous little ice bridges. Then we would come to pine forests, where we would find our camp pitched near a clear stream from which we would drink, meeting there wild-looking men from the remoter valleys, true Mongolian and Tibetan types, in fur-lined Pushtu coats and round woolly caps. Flocks of sheep and goats would be feeding there, tended by little shepherd lads. In one valley a horrible icy wind seemed to be blowing continuously across the ploughlands, even when the midday sun blazed down on the boulders and the dazzling white blocks of quartz. We camped there for 3 days beside the river, near a crazy wooden bridge, the whole center section of which rested unfastened on the 2 abutments, in order that in a flood it might be immediately swept away without wrenching the foundations, which were securely buried in the banks. After the flood a new centerpiece could be quickly built and laid upon the sides again. Then we moved up the valley to a place more sheltered from the wind by the mountains. We pitched camp beside a wooden mosque under some mighty elms. The mosque was pagoda-roofed and walled with smoothed logs and latticed windows. It stood in an untended garden full of weeds and wildflowers, and enclosed by a high fence. A dozen ragged white flags waved on a platform, and strips of cloth and paper were tied across the doorways. Within was a saint's tomb, made of rounded stone and covered with a dingy awning. A few days after we left this place, I lost my nerve. It came about in this way. We had been marching along a valley for a few hours on smooth turf, crossing by insecure bridges of tree trunks many streams of melted snow dashing down the nullahs. As I came out above a village, I saw the servants pitching our camp on a small grassy meadow that jutted out from the mountainside. I started to cross a steep, bare slope towards them, in order not to have to descend to the village and then climb up again to the tents. Halfway across, the path I had taken began to narrow, and at last it split into 2 or 3 goat tracks, on none of which I could hope to find a foothold with my stiff rush sandals. I stood there, leaning against the slope, barely supported by the pressure of my instep on a ledge hardly an inch broad. My other leg hung loose. I tried to turn and get back along the path, but as I moved, my foot slipped off the ledge, and I found myself lying flat on the steep face of the slope. Below me it ran sheer down 300 or 400 feet to the stony riverbed, where the tossing river dashed against the timbers of the little bridge that led across to the wooden houses of the village. There was nothing to clutch but rare and vain blades of grass. I tried to dig my fingers into the soil, but it was too hard, nor could I do anything but press my bare knees and elbows hard against the slope. I knew that if I relaxed my pressure, I should slide down the hillside in an instant. I had no fear at all, for I did not believe it possible to die then. With my cheek rubbing the soil, I shouted, and at once I saw a man in the village far beneath come out of his house by one of its little shuttered openings, look up, and immediately rush off to my rescue. He came tearing up the wall of rock, leaping barefooted like one of his goats. "Sahib! Sahib!" he screamed, with tears of excitement running down his face. Then I felt as if I were slipping, appallingly slowly, not by distance, but, so to speak, by degrees of relaxation. I clung looser and looser. Still I could not dig a grip with my fingernails. Soon I must slip a 20th of an inch, then a quarter, then an inch, then 300 feet. The man came up nearer with hideous grimaces and cries. I thanked heaven he was a villager and not a timid Kashmiri of the town. My knees went at last, and with a scrape my body tautened. My elbows came away from the soil, and just as my whole body commenced to move, the villager reached me and clasped me firmly by the hand. Barefooted, he walked along almost with ease below the path, supporting me with his grip as I clambered back to it and along to the road. "Sahib," he sobbed, "this is not a path for sandals." Looking down, I found that my friends and 1 or 2 of our coolies had started to run to my rescue, but none of them could possibly have reached me in time. I had never doubted, yet my nerve was gone, and for all the rest of the trip I staggered and swayed on the narrow places when I started over them alone. One of our marches led us through uncharted valleys, and we found that the usual estimate of the mileage of the route was badly out. Instead of 16 miles, as we had thought, we found we had to walk 28, a very considerable distance in a country where the sun makes all movement nauseous for 5 hours in the middle of the day, and the altitude, ranging from 8 to 14,000 feet above sea level, impedes easy breathing at all times. Marching is difficult and often dangerous in the snow, and at nightfall one would not dare to move a step. This march finished our coolies, who refused to go on. Climbing a hill over our camp, they stood there in a row with uplifted arms and cursed us with a long rising wail, after which they sat down and made themselves a camp for the night. At dawn they silently departed, having arranged with the people of a neighboring village to take over their job and to pay them their share out of the total amount received. We started off next day with our new coolies, and found a long climb before us, which it was imperative to finish before noon, lest the afternoon should bring a storm and catch us in the heights. I was given the thankless task of bullying and blarneying the coolies into making all possible speed, and I discharged my duty at the expense of my strength, my wind, and if the coolies' repeated prayers had any effect, my soul's fate and that of all my ancestors and descendants. However, we made camp in good time and weather, and the coolies forgot their troubles and sang folk songs to me to show that they forgave me. 2 nights we camped on a bare patch of earth, surrounded by miles of snow, while nearby the rushing Mushki River serpentined its way through the broad, level strip of ice deep in snow that was soon to be all melted into one mighty river. There were no trees, only a few rare stumps of rotting wood. Yet strangely we often heard the cuckoo's monotonous cry, and by their chilly burrows down through the snow, brown-furred marmots watched us, sitting on their haunches and warning each other with shrill bird-like cries. The 3rd night we reached a village that consisted of one building. A few Tibetans and their dirty children were sitting on its broad, spacious roof, which was only 3 or 4 feet above the surrounding earth. Inside was a big excavated chamber, where they and their numerous herds of goats and bullocks slept in airtight promiscuity. Their chief aid to agriculture was so plentiful that one of my companions remarked, "I have camped in running water, I have camped on the summit of a mountain, and on the side of a precipice, but never, never have I camped in a dung heap." The 2 miles beyond this fragrant spot occupied us several hours, for an avalanche had destroyed the path, and we and the coolies endured some exciting rock climbing and crossing of snow bridges that often bent and sometimes broke. Then at last we got down out of the snow and trudged through a dry, hot valley. We passed by Mushki and 3 or 4 other villages, each with its carefully enclosed treasure, 2 or 3 shriveled, leafless juniper trees. Then a decayed mud fort came into sight, and a couple of small brick buildings and 2 or 3 mud huts. This was Dras, which the Tibetans called Hembabs. There was a young lieutenant of the guides in camp at Dras, bearded like the pard, and so were we, for who dares shave in that climate, and full of brilliant military inventions. We spent the evening chatting in his tent, and rested at Dras with him the next day. Then he went on Central Asia-wards. At Dras we saw the first caravan of the year passing through to Central Asia. A slender apricot-cheeked Yarkandi merchant was travelling with a score of ponies laden with stores for those desolate regions whose very names we hardly knew. All along the road now we met caravans of handsome white-capped Yarkandis and filthy squat pig-tailed Tibetans, some with 100 loaded ponies, some with only a dozen. There were also many uncouth little parties coming in from Yarkand. From one I bought a quantity of dried Ladakh fruits, but I bargained in vain for some curious wooden bowls off which they ate. The Tibetans begged incessantly for matches, leaving their ponies and fawning upon us with their dirty hands outstretched. We now set out to return to Kashmir. Our route lay through the Zogi Pass, which is the link between Kashmir and Central Asia. The pass has this peculiarity, that though it lies above a big ascent from Kashmir, there is no drop at all on the other side, but the valley winds along quite levelly from Dras. We came up to it in a day, and traversed its difficult snows early the next morning. The summit of the almost ungraded snowfield can only be observed by the traveller by watching the direction in which the streams flow. Just at the watershed we met a high official of Ladakh, travelling with a large and picturesque retinue in palanquins and on decorated ponies. We began to descend to civilization again, and at last we came to a path nearly free from snow, cut in the rock cliff of a winding gorge, lofty and bare. We were reaching the point, famous throughout Asia, where the caravans, exhausted with their long marches through the Ladakh steppes, win their first glimpse of the beauties of Kashmir. The path led through occasional soft masses of snow to a projection in the bare, treeless rock. It was as barren a spot as any we had traversed. We turned the dingy corner and cried out in delight, for there, stretching beneath us, were the green mountains and meadows, sparkling streams, and sunny banks of flowers of the famous Sind Valley. What a contrast with the accursed nullah of Gujrind and the deep, soft snow of the Zogi Pass! We hastened down the wide, circling path to the flowers and meadows and the bubbling streams, and the shade of the mighty green amphitheatres of deodars, enjoying them all as if we had never seen such lovely things before. For the tribesmen of Central Asia coming here for the first time, it must seem a paradise. Our journey was over. 2 long marches through the lovely valley, a mad 20-mile dash on a little village pony with a blanket for a saddle, 2 holes in it for stirrups, and a bridle of rope, a dark midnight paddle by dark canals and lakes, and early one morning I woke to find myself beside my houseboat on the broad Jhelum, a mile above Srinagar. No more for us the heat of the sun and the furious winter's rages. No more the leafless junipers and the soft, deep, treacherous snow. Now I might lie beneath the plane trees and gaze over the sunny wheat at the distant snows, and my only curse was Beelzebub and his million-winged subjects. End of On the Tibet Road. A Visit in Verse to Halemaumau by Frank Cohen. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Sloma-Martinez. A Visit in Verse to Halemaumau. I sit upon the good ship's quarter-deck in silent, self-secluded reverie, a musing barnacle upon the back of a Pacific sulphur-bottom whale. I like a simile, especially when it involves me in a grotesque guise, as children love to look in wrinkled mirrors and see themselves as mannequins and monsters. Now noting happily in the sky astern the sooty albatross with outspread wings shaped like a scythe, or the crescentic moon sweep, swirl, and pirouette, as if it were the curve of beauty avified upon the palette of the painter of the sea. Now in the sea abeam, the shadow of a roving shark, its pointed dorsal fin uprising from the rippling surface like the black flag of a dreaded pirate craft on the horizon heaving into sight. Anon ahead a startled flying fish, with glassy wing-like fins, rise from the sea and wing a gleaming, scintillating flight in the bright sunshine for a moment, then sink in the all-concealing ocean like a fact that rises from the salt sea of commonplace, and flits a fancy in the sunshine of my musing for a time, the length of the first kiss of lovelings, then sinks in the ocean of oblivion, until, oh-ho, the ship is anchored in the bay of Hilo, and behold the isle Hawaii, a long-buried age and clime in miniature of the revolving earth, when the first cooling crags of its great mass of molten matter, whirling from the sun, appeared above the cinders of the sea, within the fire-free gases of the air, and the first forms of vegetable life, the lichen, moss, and fern, began to weave a cincture for the new-born planet Eve. Hawaii, aye, a mimic infant earth, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms. Well mounted on a sinewy, fresh-shod horse, as sure of foot as a cliff-climbing goat, I jog along a narrow, rugged path, worn in the lava by my predecessors, and bringing back to mind the wheel-worn rut within the lava pavement of Pompeii. Now turning to the right to note the flood that came from mighty Mauna Loa's mouth 4 years ago. A flood of molten lava, in self-encasing arteries of slag, descending slope, ravine, and precipice, a deluge of destruction pouring down resistless, a Niagara of fire, and staying not until approaching Hilo, full 40 miles from its volcanic source. The Princess Ruth of ancient faith appeared, and sacrificing raiment, meat, and drink unto the goddess of her heathen sires, the dreaded Pele, fire personified. The flood of fire was turned to solid stone, and so remains, in attestation of the power of Pele and the faith of Ruth, to all the world unto the end of time, in black, appalling, overwhelming waves upon the edge of the uninjured town. But out upon this shaping of the world to fit our fancies, whims, conceits, and dreams, till self-deluded, we believe in them as entities outside our simple selves, and worship them as gods of good and evil. Instead of shaping our ideas, thoughts, and fantasies to fit the world of fact, the entities of our environment within the reach and rapture of our senses. Now turning to the left to note a fern among the leafy wonders of the isle, a circle of unbroken arching fronds, full 30 feet from tip to tip, above a drapery of drooping, lifeless leaves around the trunk of their supporting tree, a crown unto the forest chieftain's head, and to his face a mummer's mask as well. Now holding a straight course amid a copse of such resplendent and luxuriant growth, I seemed to sit again in a canoe, and drifted down the mighty Amazon, a speechless wanderer among its palms, transformed into as vast and varied ferns, a marvel here, full 40 feet in height, and 2 in width across its tree-like trunk. Another there, the feathers of the rock of Sinbad, metamorphosed into fronds. Anon, within a scrubby wilderness, in which the horse, the ass, the ox, the sheep, the goat, the hog, the dog, the cat, and chicken have wandered back into their primal state of savagery before the wit of man subordinated them unto his will, until at length, borne over 30 miles of lava in unnumbered curious forms, swirled, hummocked, pitted, caverned, creased, o'erlapped, cragged, fretted, bulged, rent, fluted, rolled, and crushed, and lifted up some 40 feet above the level of the circling sea. I checked my jaded horse upon the brink of an abyss 100 fathoms deep, and in circumference 3 leagues or more, the compound cauldron of Kilauea, the counterfeit presentment at my feet in planetary objectivity of the volcanic moon above my head, in interstellar sheen and mysticism. Was ever revelation unto man more wonderful? as if I had in fact the moon beneath a microscopic lens, its orb expanded 20,000 times, and every pockmark in its seeming face enlarged into an aisle-engulfing pit. The silver in the heavens dross on earth, black, broken, ragged, jagged furnace slag. I, looking into Kilauea, I behold the moon as Gulliver among the Brobdingnags, the charms of Glumdalclitch. Descensus facilis Averni. So the way into the depths of Kilauea, from crag to crag, with Alpine stock in hand, and Virgil, as he traversed hell with Dante beside me in the guise of a Kanaka. I pass into the fire-formed, slag-walled chasm. Now, noting on the brink of the abyss a fringe of interwoven ferns and roses, recalling to my mind the floral wreaths around the bald skulls of Palermo's dead, and the allurements of the limner's art upon the house walls of Pompey's vice. Now coming to the great crescentic plain that forms the northern portion of the pit. What bushes hang their berries in my sight, as if with Atlanta's art to tempt me from my course, pink berries, tartly sweet, like pouting lips that cry and kiss at once. But all in vain. I stoop and eat, but stay not. Now, coming to a second level plain that forms the floor of Kilauea proper, I leave the line of life, and all is death. I walk upon the surface of a sea, as black and still, though broken into waves and swirling eddies, curling crests and surf, as if it were the floods of Acheron tossed by a tempest to the highest notch, and in that instant frozen into ice, a mer de glace of glassy, glossy lava, bespangled with the dust of olivine, in golden points and iridescent hues, as I have seen the sea at midnight starred and streaming with prismatic living light, that of the phosphorescent acalyphs. Anon, amid the fumes and gases from a score of vents, and in the scorching heat emitted from two glowing, flaming chimneys, yclept the little beggars, in their throats great diphtheritic clots depending, like stalactites in a limestone cave. I pause, uncertain, hesitating, fearful, lest the crust of lava break beneath my feet, as haply it has done 1,000 times, and in the liquid fire I perish, like Empedocles within the flood of Etna. I pause but for a moment, then proceed, my fears henceforth dispelled in the delight of apprehended imminent destruction, until at length a league of lava traversed, and a great ragged rock-like reeking rim, in the similitude of an immense cathedral pile in smoking, toppling ruin, ascended and descended. I recoil a step, and stand transfixed in awe and wonder. I am within the trembling, steaming walls of Kilauea's center, and behold the lake of liquid lava, Halemaumau, in shape elliptical, and in circuit half a mile, in ragged lines obscured by steam. The surface of the molten mass, a scum like sable satin, ever setting from the center, and in crinkling laps and folds and crunching volutes, breaking on the shores. Here, parting and revealing through a rent the liquid fire beneath, in bands and seams of interblending pink and cherry red. There, heaving in elastic billows, and in vast concentric circles eddying, till parting in a swaying arc, an ooze of glowing lava, pink and orange-hued, appears, and like a worm of unctuous fire upon a deep black velvet leaflet, writhes until, with fading colors, it expires. Here, parting on the shore surf's crinkling crest, a myriad of jets of bluish flame leap from the sharp uplifted fracture, like a fringe of blue upon a funeral pall. There, cracking suddenly from shore to shore, The liquid fire appears along the line like lurid lightning in a midnight sky, and see that jet of water gas escape and carry with it in the air a spurt of lava in the form of glassy floss as fine as ever spun by China's worm. Alack, belike from Pele's frizzled pow, and hear the surface rocking, swirling, till dissolving, lo, within the circle formed, a fount of fire, the solid central cones uprising 20 feet, the spluttering spurts as many more, and falling with the sound of roof snow passing into pavement slush. A fount of fire assuming various forms, a trident now, and now a spreading tree, a headdress now, and now a devilfish, but ever of one hue, the rare compound of pink and orange found within the folds of the pomegranate's dainty filmy bloom, or in the rounded lips of one among 10,000 fair-haired, blue-eyed girls. A solid color without tint or shade, and though composed of seeming lambent fire, emitting strangely no more light than sound, a daub and splotch of a pomegranate red upon a sable ground, and nothing more. And there, against a vertically cut half-cone upon the margin of the lake, the surface setting in pulsating throbs, until, behold, a miniature volcano combining the phenomena of both Vesuvius and Halemaumau, an eruptive shower of lava falling on the half-cone on the shore, and a cascade returning to the source from which it came. And so the scene is ever varied and disjoined until, behold, the lava lake is all aglow, and 20 fountains play within the wondrous circle of its shores. Oh, for the word to compass in its sound this seething, surging, spouting sea of fire! It is a mighty maelstrom ladle dipped from out the ocean cauldron of the sun. Aye, Halemaumau is the orb of day within the circuit of a half a mile, and in my journey hither to this lake within the walls of Kilauea and the foam-fringed confines of Hawaii, I, in philosophic fact, have visited the earth emerging from its primal floods, the moon, a cold beyond poor Tom's degree, and the ensphered volcanic fire, the sun. O glorious age of glass, of lens and prism, that purblind man with comprehensive gaze may see the far anear, the near afar, and poets and philosophers compound their facts and fancies in resultant truth. Anon, the rubber of a cloudy night erases all the world save that within the walls of Halemaumau in my sight and hearing. Lava-lighted, crater crags, inarching like the petals of a great corolla, tinted yellow, pink, and blue, thin clouds of water gas obscurely white, and fumes of sulphur as obscurely blue, ascending from the circle of the lake, and incense from 1,000 unseen censers, and in the surface of the lava lake the satin sable turned to velvet black, and the pomegranate red transmuted to the glowing yellow hue of molten gold, a fitful light diffusing from the founts, illuming weirdly the volcanic void without, or shade, or sheen, the only gleam upon the velvet scum a shimmering reflection from the vapor clouds above, until, the periodic break-up come, the surface for a moment is a glare, a sunburst through a darkening tempest's rack, and then a sunset in a golden glamour. I sit upon a lava rock and watch the varying phases of the wondrous lake, until the real passes from my sight and the ideal enters in its stead. The thing a thought within my musing mind, the fact a fancy in my reverie, the world of wonders of the fire abyss, a filmy breath-blown bubble of the brain. I pass into the being of Macbeth, and lo, in looking into Halemaumau, I look into the witch's cauldron, see the eye of newt and toe of frog descend into the seething hell broth to compound the diabolic charm. The while I hear in the cascading of the fiery founts the bubble, bubble, toil and trouble of the mystic mumbling of the midnight hags. Anon I creep up to a pitfall's brink within the jungle of a Bengal vale, and through the broken reeds across the chasm behold the livid black and yellow bands and glaring eyes of an imprisoned tiger, a beast that, startled at my coming, leaps from wall to wall so swiftly and fiercely that it seems in my bewildered sight to be expanded to the compass of the pit. The while I hear a low, deep growl that shakes the mountain walls around me to their base. Anon I enter Rome, imperial Rome, and one among 100,000 press into the Colosseum, and conduct me to a seat, whence looking down I see in the arena 80 feet below 1,000 Goth and Gallic warriors, with sword and shield engage in battle strife, to know no pause nor end, until I see the flashing blades of steel ope founts of blood, and then the battlefield a sea of gore, and hear a dying moan hushed in the cheer of the encircling, surging, blood-crazed throng. Anon I listen to a murderer, repentant in the throes and dread of death, recount the story of his awful deeds at midnight done with an unfeeling blade, until I seem to see betwixt his ribs the hell of Halemaumau in his heart, its fires eternal to his sinful soul, consuming, yet consuming not for aye. Anon I see the goddess, Pele, rise amid the fountains of the fiery lake, a black-skinned, bloated, bloodshot, breastless hag, around her neck a lei of leprous sores, and in her hands a fire-charred new-born babe, torn from a fruitful mother's dripping dug, and strangled in the hate of barrenness unto all things that mate and multiply. A hag so horrible in form and feature, a hag so terrible in aim and action, a hag so hellish in her head and heart, no eye can see nor fantasy conceive, save in the walls and fires of Halemaumau. End of A Visit in Verse to Halemaumau.
A Brief History of the United States by John Bach McMaster. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. A Brief History of the United States by John Bach McMaster. Chapter 1. The New World Found. The New World, of which our country is the most important part, was discovered by Christopher Columbus in 1492. When that great man set sail from Spain on his voyage of discovery, he was seeking not only unknown lands, but a new way to Eastern Asia. Such a new way was badly needed. The routes of trade. Long before Columbus was born, the people of Europe had been trading with the Far East. Spices, drugs, and precious stones, silks and other articles of luxury were brought, partly by vessels and partly by camels, from India, the Spice Islands, the Cathay, China, by various routes, to Constantinople and the cities in Egypt, and along the eastern shore of the Mediterranean, where they were traded for the copper, tin, and lead, coral, and woolens of Europe, and then carried to Venice and Genoa, whence merchants spread them over all Europe. The merchants of Genoa traded chiefly with Constantinople, and those of Venice with Egypt. The Turks seized the routes of trade. While this trade was at its height, Asia Minor, from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, was conquered by the Turks. The caravan routes across that country were seized, and when Constantinople was captured in 1453, the trade of Genoa was ruined. Should the Turkish conquests be extended southward to Egypt, as later they were, the prosperity of Venice would likewise be destroyed, and all existing trade routes to the Orient would be in Turkish hands. The Portuguese seek a new route. Clearly an ocean route to the east was needed, and on the discovery of such a route, the Portuguese had long been hard at work. Fired by a desire to expand Portugal and add to the geographical knowledge of his day, Prince Henry, the navigator, sent out explorer after explorer, who, pushing down the coast of Africa, had almost reached the equator before Prince Henry died. His successors continued the good work. The equator was crossed, and in 1487 Dias passed the Cape of Good Hope and sailed eastward till his sailors mutinied. 10 years later, Vasco da Gama sailed around the end of Africa, up the east coast, and on to India, and brought home a cargo of eastern products. A way to India by water was at last made known to Europe. Columbus plans a route. Meanwhile, Christopher Columbus planned what he thought would be a shorter ocean route to the east. He had studied all that was known of geography in his time. He had carefully noted the results of recent voyages of exploration. He had read the travels of Marco Polo, and had learned that off the coast of China was a rich and wonderful island which Polo called Cipango. He believed that the earth is a sphere, and that China and Cipango could be reached by sailing about 2,500 miles due westward across the Atlantic. Columbus seeks aid. To make others think so was a hard task, for nearly everybody believed the earth to be flat, and several foreigners were appealed to before one was found bold enough to help him. He first applied to the King of Portugal, and when that failed, to the King and Queen of Spain. When they seemed deaf to his appeal, he sent his brother to England, and at last, wearied with waiting, set off for France. Then Queen Isabella of Spain was persuaded to act. Columbus was recalled, ships were provided with which to make the voyage, and on Friday, the 3rd of August, 1492, the Santa Maria, the Pinta, and the Nina set sails from Palos on one of the greatest voyages ever made by men, the voyage westward. The little fleet went first to the Canary Islands, and thence due west across the Sea of Darkness, as the Atlantic was called. The voyage was delightful, but every sight and sound was a source of new terror to the sailors. An eruption of a volcano at the Canaries was watched with dread as an omen of evil. They crossed the line of no magnetic variation, and when the needle of the compass began to change its usual direction, they were sure it was bewitched. They entered the great Sargasso Sea, and were frightened out of their wits by the strange expanse of floating vegetation. They entered the zone of the trade winds, and as the breeze, day after day, steadily wafted them westward, the boldest feared it would be impossible to return. When a mirage and flights of strange birds raised hopes that were not promptly realized, the sailors were sure they had entered an enchanted realm. Land discovered. Columbus, who was above such fear, explained the unusual sights, calmed the fears of the sailors, hid from them the true distance sailed, and steadily pursued his way till unmistakable signs of land were seen. A staff carved by hand and a branch with berries on it floated by. Excitement now rose high, and a reward was promised to the man who first saw land. At last, on the night of October 11, Columbus beheld a light moving as if carried by hand along a shore. A few hours later, a sailor on the Pinta saw land distinctly, and soon all beheld a few miles away a long low beach. The voyage among the islands. Columbus thought he had found one of the islands of the Indies, as the southern and eastern parts of Asia were called. Dressed in scarlet and gold, and followed by a band of his men bearing banners, he landed, fell on his knees, and having given thanks to God, took possession for Spain, and called the island San Salvador, which means Holy Saviour. The day was October 12, 1492, and the island was one of the Bahamas. After giving red caps, beads, and trinkets to the natives who crowded about them, Columbus set sail to explore the group, and presently came in sight of the coast of Cuba, which he at first thought was Cipango. Sailing eastward, landing now and then to seek for gold, he reached the eastern end of Cuba, and soon beheld the island of Haiti. This so reminded him of Spain that he called it Hispaniola, or Little Spain, the first Spanish colony in the New World. When off the Cuban shore, the Pinta deserted Columbus. On the coast of Haiti, the Santa Maria was wrecked. To carry all his men back to Spain in the Little Nina was impossible. Such, therefore, as were willing were left at Haiti, and founded La Navidad, the first colony of Europeans in the New World. This done, Columbus sailed for home, taking with him 10 natives and specimens of the products of the lands he had discovered. The voyage home. The Pinta was overtaken off the Haitian coast, but a dreadful storm parted the ships once more, and neither again saw the other till the day when, but a few hours apart, they dropped anchor in the haven of Palos, whence they had sailed 7 months before. As the news spread, the people went wild with joy. The journey of Columbus to Barcelona was a triumphal procession. At Barcelona he was received with great ceremony by the king and queen, and soon afterward was sent back with many ships and men to found a colony and make further explorations in the Indies. Other voyages of Columbus. In all, Columbus made 4 voyages to the New World. On the 2nd, 1493, he discovered Puerto Rico, Jamaica, and other islands. On the 3rd, 1498, he saw the mainland of South America at the mouth of the Orinoco River. On the 4th, 1502 to 1504, he sailed along the shores of Central America. Returning to Spain, he died poor, neglected, and broken-hearted in 1506. Columbus believed he reached the Indies. To his dying day, Columbus was ignorant of the fact that he had led the way to a new continent. He supposed he had reached the Indies. The lands he discovered were therefore spoken of as the Indies, and their inhabitants were called Indians, a name given in time to the copper-coloured natives of both North and South America. Spain's claim to new-found lands. One of the first results of the discoveries of Columbus was an appeal to the Pope for a bull securing to Spain the heathen lands discovered. For a bull had secured to Portugal the discoveries of her mariners along the coast of Africa. Pope Alexander VI accordingly drew a north and south line 100 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands, and gave to Spain all she might discover to the west of it, reserving to Portugal all she might discover to the east. A year later, 1494, Spain and Portugal, by treaty, moved the line of demarcation to 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands. Map, page 20. And on this agreement, approved by the Pope, Spain rested her claim to America. End of Chapter 1 by John Bach McMaster. This recording is in the public domain.
This is an excerpt from The Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, Chapter 13, called Old Scenes Revisited, 1856. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in July 2019. Old Scenes Revisited, 1856. After leaving Paris, Mrs. Stowe and her sister, Mrs. Perkins, traveled leisurely through the south of France toward Italy, stopping at Amiens, Lyon, and Marseille. At this place they took the steamer for Genoa, Leghorn, and Civita Vecchia. During their last night on shipboard, they met with an accident, of which, and their subsequent trials in reaching Rome, Mrs. Stowe writes as follows. About 11 o'clock, as I had just tranquilly laid down in my berth, I was roused by a grating crash, accompanied by a shock that shook the whole ship, and followed by the sound of a general rush on deck, trampling, scuffling, and cries. I rushed to the door and saw all the gentlemen hurrying on their clothes and getting confusedly toward the stairway. I went back to Mary, and we put our things on in silence, and as soon as we could got into the upper salon. It was an hour before we could learn anything, certainly, except that we had run into another vessel. The fate of the Arctic came to us both, but we did not mention it to each other. Indeed, a quieter, more silent company you would not often see. Had I had any confidence in the administration of the boat, it would have been better, but as I had not, I sat in momentary uncertainty. Had we then known, as we have since, the fate of a boat recently sunk in the Mediterranean by a similar carelessness, it would have increased our fears. By a singular chance, an officer whose wife and children were lost on board that boat was on board ours, and happened to be on the forward part of the boat when the accident occurred. The captain and mate were both below. There was nobody looking out, and had not this officer himself called out to stop the boat, we should have struck her with such a force as to have sunk us. As it was, we turned aside, and the shock came on a paddle wheel, which was broken by it, for when, after 2 hours' delay, we tried to start and had gone a little way, there was another crash, and the paddle wheel fell down. You may be sure we did a little sleeping that night. It was an inexpressible desolation to think that we might never again see those we loved. No one knows how much one thinks, and how rapidly, in such hours. In the Naples boat that was sunk a short time ago, the women perished in a dreadful way. The shock threw the chimney directly across the egress from below, so that they could not get on deck, and they were all drowned in the cabin. We went limping along with one broken limb till the next day about 11, when we reached Civita Vecchia, where there were 2 hours more of delay about passports. Then we, that is, Mary and I, and Dr. Edison from Philadelphia, with his son Alfred, took a carriage to Rome, but they gave us a miserable thing that looked as if it had been made soon after the deluge. About 8 o'clock at night, on a lonely stretch of road, the wheel came off. We got out, and our postilions stood silently regarding matters. None of us could speak Italian. They could not speak French, but the driver at last conveyed the idea that for 5 francs he could get a man to come and mend the wheel. The 5 francs were promised, and he untackled a horse and rode off. Mary and I walked up and down the dark, desolate road, occasionally reminding each other that we were on classic ground, and laughing at the oddity of our lonely starlight promenade. After a while our driver came back, Tag, Rag, and Bobtail at his heels. I don't think I can do greater justice to Italian costumes than by this respectable form of words. Then there was another consultation. They put a bit of rotten timber under to pry the carriage up. Fortunately, it did not break, as we all expected it would, till after the wheel was on. Then a new train of thought was suggested. How was it to be kept on? Evidently they had not thought far in that direction, for they had brought neither hammer nor nail nor tool of any kind, and therefore they looked first at the wheel, then at each other, and then at us. The doctor now produced a little gimlet, with the help of which the broken fragments of the former linchpin were pushed out, and the way was cleared for a new one. Then they began knocking a fence to pieces to get out nails, but none could be found to fit. At last another ambassador was sent back for nails. While we were thus waiting, the diligence in which many of our ship's company were jogging on to Rome came up. They had plenty of room inside, and one of the party, seeing our distress, tried hard to make the driver stop, but he doggedly persisted in going on, and declared if anybody got down to help us, he would leave him behind. An interesting little episode here occurred. It was raining, and Mary and I proposed, as the wheel was now on, to take our seats. We had no sooner done so than the horses were taken with a sudden fit of animation, and ran off with us in the most vivacious manner. Tag, Rag, and company shouted in the rear. Some heaps of stone a little in advance presented an interesting prospect by way of a terminus. However, the horses were lucidly captured before the wheel was off again, and our ambassador being now returned, we were set right and again proceeded. I must not forget to remark that at every post where we changed horses and drivers, we had a pitched battle with the driver for more money than we had been told was the regular rate, and the carriage was surrounded with a perfect mob of ragged, shock-headed, black-eyed people whose words all ended in "ino," and who raved and ranted at us till finally we paid much more than we ought to get rid of them. At the gates of Rome, the official, after looking at our passports, coolly told the doctor that if he had a mind to pay him 5 francs, he could go in without further disturbance, but if not, he would keep the baggage till morning. This form of statement had the recommendation of such precision and neatness of expression that we paid him forthwith, and into Rome we dashed at 2 o'clock in the morning of the 9th of February, 1857, in a drizzling rain. We drove to the Hotel d'Angleterre. It was full, and ditto to 4 or 5 others, and in the last effort our refractory wheel came off again, and we all got out into the street. About a dozen lean, ragged corbies, who are called porters, and who are always lying in wait for travelers, pounced upon us. They took down our baggage in a twinkling, and put it all into the street, and surrounded it, and chattered over it, while Em and I stood in the rain and received first lessons in Italian. How we did try to say something, but they couldn't talk anything but in "ino," as aforesaid. The doctor finally found a man who could speak a word or two of French, and leaving Mary, Alfred, and me to keep watch over our pile of trunks, he went off with him to apply for lodgings. I have heard many flowery accounts of first impressions of Rome. I must say ours was somewhat somber. A young man came by and addressed us in English. How cheering! We almost flew upon him. We begged him at least to lend us his Italian to call another carriage, and he did so. A carriage which was passing was luckily secured, and Mary and I, with all our store of boxes and little parcels, were placed in it, out of the rain at least. Here we sat while the doctor from time to time returned from his wanderings to tell us he could find no place. "Can it be," said I, "that we are to be obliged to spend a night in the streets?" What made it seem more odd was the knowledge that, could we only find them, we had friends enough in Rome who would be glad to entertain us. We began to speculate on lodgings. Who knows what we may get entrapped into? Alfred suggested stories he had read of beds placed on trap-doors, of teasters which screwed down on people and smothered them, and so when at last the doctor announced lodgings found, we followed in rather an uncertain frame of mind. We alighted at a dirty stone passage, smelling of cats and onions, damp, cold, and earthy. We went up stone stairways, and at last were ushered into 2 very decent chambers where we might lay our heads. The Corbys all followed us, black-haired, black-browed, ragged, and clamorous as ever. They insisted that we should pay the pretty little sum of 20 francs, or $4, for bringing our trunks about 20 steps. The doctor modestly but firmly declined to be thus imposed upon, and then ensued a general chatteration. One and all fell into attitudes, and Inos and Isimos rolled freely. "For pity's sake, get them off," we said. So we made a truce for 10 francs, but still they clamored, forced their way even into our bedroom, and were only repulsed by a loud and combined volley of "no, no, no's," which we all set up at once, upon which they retreated. Our hostess was a little French woman, and that reassured us. I examined the room, and seeing no trace of treacherous teasters or trap-doors, resolved to avail myself, without fear of the invitation, of a very clean white bed, where I slept till morning without dreaming. The next day we sent our cards to Monsieur Bartholomew, and before we had finished breakfast, he was on the spot. We then learned that he had been watching the diligence office for over a week, and that he had the pleasant set of apartments we are now occupying all ready and waiting for us. March the 1st. My dear husband, every day is opening to me a new world of wonders here in Italy. I have been to the catacombs, where I was shown many memorials of the primitive Christians, and today we are going to the Vatican. The weather is sunny and beautiful beyond measure, and flowers are springing in the fields on every side. Oh, my dear, how I do long to have you here, to enjoy what you are so much better fitted to appreciate than I. This wonderful combination of the past and the present, of what has been and what is. Think of strolling leisurely through the Forum, of seeing the very stones that were laid in the time of the Republic, of rambling over the ruined palace of the Caesars, of walking under the Arch of Titus, of seeing the dying gladiator, and whole ranges of rooms filled with wonders of art, all in one morning. All this I did on Saturday, and only wanted you. You know so much more, and could appreciate so much better. At the palace of the Caesars, where the very dust is a mélange of exquisite marbles, I saw for the first time an acanthus growing, and picked my first leaf. Our little ménage moves on prosperously. The doctor takes excellent care of us, and we of him. One sees everybody here at Rome, John Bright, Mrs. Hemans' son, Mrs. Gaskell, etc., etc. Over 5,000 English travelers are said to be here. Jacob Abbott and his wife are coming. Rome is a world. Rome is an astonishment. Papal Rome is an enchantress. Old as she is like Ninon d'Anclos. The young fall in love with her. You will hear next from us at Naples. Affectionately yours, H.B.S. From Rome, the travelers went to Naples, and after visiting Pompeii and Herculaneum, made the ascent of Vesuvius, a graphic account of which is contained in a letter written at this time by Mrs. Stowe to her daughters in Paris. After describing the preparations and start, she says, "Gradually the ascent became steeper and steeper, till at length it was all our horses could do to pull us up. The treatment of horses in Naples is a thing that takes away much from the pleasure and comfort of such travelers as have the least feeling for animals. The people seem absolutely to have no consideration for them. You often see vehicles drawn by one horse carrying 14 or 15 great, stout men and women. This is the worst, as the streets are paved with flat stones, which are exceedingly slippery. On going uphill, the drivers invariably race their horses, urging them on with a constant storm of blows. As the ascent of the mountain became steeper, the horses panted and trembled in a way that made us feel that we could not sit in the carriage, yet the guide and driver never made the slightest motion to leave the box. At last 3 of us got out and walked, and invited our guide to do the same. Yet with all this relief, the last part of the ascent was terrible, and the rascally fellows actually forced the horses to it by beating them with long poles on the back of their legs. No Englishman or American would ever allow a horse to be treated so. The Hermitage is a small cabin where one can buy a little wine or any other refreshment one may need. There is a species of wine made of the grapes of Vesuvius, called Lagrima Christi, that has a great reputation. Here was a miscellaneous collection of beggars, ragged boys, men playing guitars, bawling donkey drivers, and people wanting to sell sticks or minerals, the former to assist in the ascent, and the latter as specimens of the place. In the midst of the commotion we were placed on our donkeys, and the serious, pensive brutes moved away. At last we reached the top of the mountain, and I gladly sprang on firm land. The whole top of the mountain was covered with wavering wreaths of smoke, from the shadows of which emerged 2 English gentlemen, who congratulated us on our safe arrival, and assured us that we were fortunate in our day, as the mountain was very active. We could hear a hollow, roaring sound, like the burning of a great furnace, but saw nothing. "Is this all?" I said. "Oh, no. Wait till the guide comes up with the rest of the party," and soon one after another came up, and we then followed the guide up a cloudy, rocky path, the noise of the fire constantly becoming nearer. Finally we stood on the verge of a vast circular pit about 40 feet deep, the floor of which is of black, ropey waves of congealed lava. The sides are sulphur cliffs, stained in every brilliant shade, from lightest yellow to deepest orange and brown. In the midst of the lava floor rises a black cone, the chimney of the great furnace. This was burning and flaming like the furnace of a glass house, and every few moments throwing up showers of cinders and melted lava, which fell with a rattling sound on the black floor of the pit. One small bit of the lava came over and fell at our feet, and a gentleman lighted his cigar at it. All around where we stood, the smoke was issuing from every chance rent and fissure of the rock, and the Neapolitans who crowded round us were every moment soliciting us to let them cook us an egg in one of these rifts, and overcome by persuasion, I did so, and found it very nicely boiled, or rather steamed, though the shell tasted of Glauber's salt and sulphur. The whole place recalled to my mind so vividly Milton's description of the infernal regions that I could not but believe that he had drawn the imagery from this source. Milton, as we all know, was some time in Italy, and though I do not recollect any account of his visiting Vesuvius, I cannot think how he should have shaped his language so coincidentally to the phenomena if he had not. On the way down the mountain, our ladies astonished the natives by making an express stipulation that our donkeys were not to be beaten. Why, they could not conjecture. The idea of any feeling of compassion for an animal is so foreign to the Neapolitans' thoughts that they supposed it must be some want of courage on our part. When, once in a while, the old habit so prevailed that the boy felt he must strike the donkey, and when I forbade him, he would say, "Courage, Signora, courage." Time would fail me to tell the whole of our adventures in southern Italy. We left it with regret, and I will tell you sometime by word of mouth what else we saw. We went by water from Naples to Leghorn and were gloriously seasick, all of us. From Leghorn we went to Florence, where we abode 2 weeks nearly. 2 days ago we left Florence and started for Venice, stopping 1 day and 2 nights en route to Bologna. Here we saw the great university, now used as a library, the walls of which are literally covered with the emblazoned names and coats of arms of distinguished men who were educated there. Venice. A great trouble of traveling in Europe, or indeed of traveling anywhere, is that you can never catch romance. No sooner are you in a place than being there seems the most natural, matter-of-fact occurrence in the world. Nothing looks foreign or strange to you. You take your tea and your dinner, eat, drink, and sleep as aforetime, and scarcely realize where you are or what you are seeing. But Venice is an exception to this state of things. It is all romance, from beginning to end, and never ceases to seem strange and picturesque. It was a rainy evening when our cars rumbled over the long railroad bridge across the lagoon that leads to the station. Nothing but flat, dreary swamps, and then the wide expanse of sea on either side. The cars stopped, and the train, being a long one, left us a little out of the station. We got out in a driving rain, in company with flocks of Austrian soldiers with whom the third-class cars were filled. We went through a long passage and emerged into a room where all nations seemed commingling, Italians, Germans, French, Austrians, Orientals, all in wet-weather trim. Soon, however, the news was brought that our baggage was looked out and our gondolas ready. The first plunge under the low black hood of a gondola, especially of a rainy night, has something funereal in it. 4 of us sat cowering together and looked out of the rain-dropped little windows at the sides at the scene. Gondolas of all sizes were gliding up and down, with their sharp, fishy-looking prows of steel pushing their ways silently among each other, while gondoliers shouted and jabbered and made as much confusion in their way as terrestrial hackmen on dry land. Soon, however, trunks and carpet-bags being adjusted, we pushed off and went gliding away up the Grand Canal, with a motion so calm that we could scarce discern it, except by the moving of objects on shore. Venice, la belle, appeared to as much disadvantage as a beautiful woman bedraggled in a thunderstorm. Lake Como. We stayed in Venice 5 days, and during that time saw all the sights that it could enter the head of a valet de place to afflict us with. It is an affliction, however, for which there is no remedy, because you want to see the things, and would be very sorry if you went home without having done so. From Venice we went to Milan to see the cathedral and Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper. The former is superb, and of the latter I am convinced, from the little that remains of it, that it was the greatest picture the world ever saw. We shall run back to Rome for Holy Week, and then to Paris. Rome. From Lake Como we came back here for Holy Week, and now it is over. What do you think of it? Certainly no thoughtful or sensitive person, no person impressible either through the senses or of religious feelings, can fail to feel it deeply. In the first place, the mere fact of the different nations of the earth moving, so many of them, with one accord, to so old and venerable a city, to celebrate the death and resurrection of Jesus, is something in itself affecting. Whatever dispute there may be about the other commemorative feasts of Christendom, the time of this epoch is fixed unerringly by the Jews' Passover. That great and solemn feast, therefore, stands as an historic monument to mark the date of the most important and thrilling events which this world ever witnessed. When one sees the city filling with strangers, pilgrims arriving on foot, the very shops decorating themselves in expectancy, every church arranging its services, the prices even of temporal matters raised by the crowd and its demands, he naturally thinks, wherefore, why is all this? And he must be very careless indeed if it does not bring to mind, in a more real way than before, that at this very time, so many years ago, Christ and his apostles were living actors in the scenes thus celebrated today. As the spring was now well advanced, it was deemed advisable to bring this pleasant journey to a close, and for Mrs. Stowe at least it was imperative that she return to America. End of section 12. Old Scenes Revisited by Harriet Beecher Stowe.
Outdoor Life and Indian Stories by Edward Sylvester Ellis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. Outdoor Life and Indian Stories by Edward Sylvester Ellis. Chapter 9. How to Find Your Way by the Stars. It is very important that those who frequent the forest should be sufficiently familiar with the stars to be able to tell their way by them. Often a compass is lost, or damaged, or there is not enough light to see the landmarks. At such a time, a knowledge of how to find the pole star is invaluable, for, to the experienced woodsman, a glimpse of this star is equivalent to consulting a compass. It is really the most important of the stars we see, although not a very bright one, because it marks the north at all times and is fixed in its place, while all the other stars seem to swing around it once in every 24 hours, which makes it impractical to use them for guidance. The Dipper or Great Bear is well known to all American boys on account of the size, peculiar shape and brilliancy of this group, and the fact that it never sets in this latitude. This group always points to the pole star, or Polaris, which is about in a line with the stars, Alpha and Beta, which form the outside of the Dipper at the distance about 3.5 times as great as the space separating these two stars. This star always points out the north. If the imaginary line between Alpha and Beta and Polaris is continued about the same distance beyond Polaris, it will meet Cassiopeia, 5 stars in the shape of a W, which, like the Great Bear, is always seen in our latitude. With these directions it should be always easy to locate Polaris. End of Chapter 9. How to Find Your Way by the Stars by Edward Sylvester Ellis. This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 3 of Glimpses of Panama and of the Canal by Mary L. McCarty. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Sloma-Martinez. Chapter 3 of Glimpses of Panama and of the Canal. When we went to breakfast on Monday morning at 8 o'clock, we found the first floor no longer the quiet and orderly place it had hitherto seemed. The alterations going on in the hotel embraced the ballroom and the dining room, both of which were being enlarged towards the front, and, of course, when we descended, the workmen were in full swing. We ate our morning meal to the sound of their hammers and saws, and gave thanks when we reflected that we should be far away at lunch-time, and that they would always be gone at dinner-time. Although we were to take only the afternoon trip over the Pacific Division, we were obliged to leave Panama at 10:20 in the forenoon in order to catch the sightseeing train at Culebra, where it would stop after its morning trip to allow the passengers to see the lock models and have luncheon. So it really was going to take about all day, and after breakfast we had only time to look over the papers, write some postcards, and chat a little in the lobby before starting to the station. On alighting from the train at Culebra, we found an ambulance drawn by mules ready to take us up to the administration building on top of the hill, and on reaching the entrance of the building, we were directed to the lecture room by an agreeable and courteous young gentleman who had come up the hill with us. Being interested in the subject of locks and desirous of understanding thoroughly the working of the canal, we found the lecture and the models extremely profitable, and went down the hill afterwards considerably enlightened, as we hoped also was the man who, on the way up, had remarked that he wouldn't know a lock if he met it in the road. What we went down the hill for was to get some lunch, and this we found at the Commission dining room, where for 50 cents apiece we were served with a very excellent meal, the quality being uniformly good and the quantity about 3 times as much as we could eat. Nowhere else in the Canal Zone did we find so good a Commission dining room as this one at Culebra. Thus fortified both mentally and physically, with lecture and luncheon, we blithely mounted the sightseeing car, an open car with seats running across, and with a floor which was high at the back and sloped down to the level of the lecturer in front, impatient to begin to see the big job. However, there is always some drawback, and now, although up to this point the day had been perfect, an uninvited little shower suddenly obtruded itself and even tried to get into the car, thus obliging the porter to lower the canvas curtains in order to keep us dry. Shutting out the rain meant shutting out the view, too, and this was afflicting, but it proved to be necessary for only occasional short periods, during which the lecturer told us about the things we were about to see and answered any questions we wanted to ask in a very pleasant and comprehensive manner. Presently we arrived at Pedro Miguel, in local parlance, Peter McGill, where we were switched to the construction tracks and taken out close to the lockwork. There we got out, and at last found ourselves face to face with one of the concrete monsters. Here words fail me. Stupendous seems to be the favorite adjective with most people, and I can't think of a betterer, but really a brand new one should be coined. Those locks look like the work of giants, and as if they would stand forever. Eternal as the hills, I said to myself, but just then a man of the party remarked, "Well, I suppose some thousands of years hence archaeologists will be digging around here, and will come across the remains of these locks and wonder what on earth they were anyhow." One pair of gates were done and closed, and as they are 7 feet thick and equipped with a handrail along the top for the use of the public, we walked across them, an umbrellaed procession, to the center wall where we could see both sides and get a better idea of the 1,000 feet of length and the 220 feet of breadth of the double chamber. All the locks are double in order that vessels can go in opposite directions at the same time. Also, if one is out of commission, the other can be used. Pedro Miguel lock is single in that it will raise and lower ships only one step of 30 feet. It is the link between the Cut and Miraflores Lake, a small artificial body of water with an area of 2 square miles, formed by impounding the waters of 3 small rivers by means of the Miraflores locks and dam. As we stood on the walls, we thought of all that had been told us of their construction, and imagined the water rushing in for the first time through the huge tunnels, 18 feet in diameter, passing lengthwise of the lock through the center and side walls, then through lateral tunnels, which branch out from the first ones at right angles and run under the lock floors, then through openings in the lock floor into the lock chamber. And we pictured to ourselves a great ship coming in, attended by 4 electric locomotives operating on the walls, 2 in front towing, 1 at each side, and 2 behind, 1 at each side, to stop her when she gets into proper position. By the time we had gone over all this in our minds, we were summoned to climb back into the car and go on, across the bed of the future Miraflores Lake to the Miraflores locks. These are 2 in flight, and will raise and lower vessels 55 feet in 2 steps between the lake and the sea level end of the canal, which connects with the Pacific Ocean 8 miles away. The work here was just the same as at Pedro Miguel, only there was twice as much of it, and we were still more deeply impressed with the immensity of the task which our country is accomplishing. From here we went on to Balboa, where the canal enters the ocean, and saw the great dredges at work in the channel and the long stone breakwater now under construction. The latter is 4 miles long, extending from the mainland to Naos, one of the group of 3 beautiful islands which the United States is fortifying to guard the entrance of the canal. These islands are exceedingly rocky and picturesque, their steep sides rising abruptly from the water to a great height, relieved here and there by trees and shrubs, whose varying greens contrast exquisitely with the dark rock. The 3 islets seem to have been dropped by nature exactly into the right position to fulfill their office of protecting the canal terminus. Drills and cranes and steam shovels and dirt trains and concrete mixers and track lifters had been thrown in to make good the measure of our afternoon's entertainment, and by this time we began to feel the need of a rest for our minds, so the return to Panama between 5 and 6 and the sight of the big Tivoli Hotel up on the hill were very agreeable. Resting and dressing and dining and gossiping with our fellow tourists formed a pleasant conclusion to the day, and at a much earlier hour than we were accustomed to keep at home we went to bed, feeling sure that the very excellent railroad at the foot of the hill would wake us up between 5 and 6 in the morning, and that the only way to get enough sleep was to begin early. Why that railroad did not have enough to do in transporting its crowded trains back and forth across the isthmus without turning missionary and trying to inculcate the early to bed and early to rise maxim into the passing traveler was more than we could understand. Such energy hardly accorded with the climate either, but then it was an American road, which fact was explanation enough, and for that reason we forgave it. We remembered the very last thing that we had not asked anybody about the West Coast boats. As there was no regular sightseeing trip the next day, we resolved to drive over to Balboa in the morning to the steamship office and make some inquiries of the agent. We were glad the regular trips did not come on consecutive days. It was so much pleasanter to have time in between in which to do things by ourselves and assimilate what had gone before. Therefore, we looked forward with satisfaction to the next 2 days. End of Chapter 3 of Glimpses of Panama and of the Canal.
View of the Capitol at Washington by Nathaniel Willis. Travel Collection 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. View of the Capitol at Washington. There are many favorable points of view for this fine structure, standing, as it does, higher than the general level of the country. Besides those presented in the different drawings in this work, there are views from the distant eminences, which are particularly fine, in which the broad bosom of the Potomac forms the background. The effect of the building is also remarkably imposing when the snow is on the ground, and the whole structure, rising from a field of snow, with its dazzling whiteness, looks like some admirable creation of the frost. All architecture, however, is very much improved by the presence of a multitude of people, and the Capitol looks its best on the day of inauguration. The following description, written after viewing the ceremony of Mr. Van Buren's induction into office, will give an idea of the effect of this solemnity on the architecture. The sun shone out of heaven without a cloud on the inaugural morning. The air was cold, but clear and life-giving, and the broad avenues of Washington for once seemed not too large for the thronging population. The crowds who had been pouring in from every direction for several days before, ransacking the town for but a shelter from the night, were apparent on the spacious sidewalks, and the old campaigners of the winter seemed but a thin sprinkling among the thousands of new and strange faces. The sun shone alike on the friends and opponents of the new administration, and, as far as one might observe in a walk to the Capitol, all were made cheerful alike by its brightness. It was another augury, perhaps, and may foretell a more extended fusion under the light of the luminary new risen. In a whole day, passed in a crowd composed of all classes and parties, I heard no remark that the President would have been unwilling to hear. I was at the Capitol a half hour before the procession arrived, and had leisure to study a scene for which I was not at all prepared. The noble staircase of the east front of the building leaps over 3 arches, under one of which carriages pass to the basement door, and as you approach from the gate, the eye cuts the ascent at right angles, and the sky, broken by a small spire at a short distance, is visible beneath. Broad stairs occur at equal distances, with corresponding projections, and from the upper platform rise the outer columns of the portico, with ranges of columns 3 deep extending back to the pilasters. I had often admired this front, with its many graceful columns and its superb flight of stairs, as one of the finest things I had seen in the world. Like the effect of the assembled population of Rome waiting to receive the blessing before the front of St. Peter's, however, the assembled crowd on the steps and at the base of the Capitol heightened inconceivably the grandeur of the design. They were piled up like the people on the temples of Babylon in one of Martin's sublime pictures, every projection covered, and an inexpressible soul and character given by their presence to the architecture. Boys climbed about the bases of the columns, single figures stood on the posts of the surrounding railings in the boldest relief against the sky, and the whole thing was exactly what Paul Veronese would have delighted to draw. I was in the crowd thronging the opposite side of the court, and lost sight of the principal actors in this imposing drama till they returned from the Senate chamber. A temporary platform had been laid and railed in on the broad stair which supports the portico, and for all preparation for one of the most important and most meaning and solemn ceremonies on earth, for the inauguration of a chief magistrate over a republic of 15 millions of free men. The whole addition to the open air and the presence of the people was a volume of Holy Writ. In comparing the impressive simplicity of this consummation of the wishes of a mighty people with the ceremonial and hollow show which embarrass a corresponding event in other lands, it was impossible not to feel that the moral sublime was here, that a transaction so important and of such extended and weighty import could borrow nothing from drapery or decoration, and that the simple presence of the sacred volume, consecrating the act, spoke more thrillingly to the heart than the trumpets of 1,000 heralds. The crowd of diplomatists and senators in the rear of the columns made way, and the ex-president and Mr. Van Buren advanced with uncovered heads. A murmur of feeling rose up from the moving mass below, and the infirm old man emerged from a sick chamber, which his physician had thought it impossible he should leave, bowed to the people, and still uncovered in the cold air, took his seat beneath the portico. Mr. Van Buren then advanced, and with a voice remarkably distinct and with great dignity, read his address to the people. When the address was closed, the Chief Justice advanced and administered the oath. As the book touched the lips of the new president, there arose a general shout, an expression of feeling common enough in other countries, but drawn with difficulty from an American assemblage. The sons and immediate friends of Mr. Van Buren then closed around him. The ex-president and others gave him the hand in congratulation, and the ceremony was over. End of View of the Capitol at Washington.